Testing 1 3 tone test 2. I'm doing quite good. How about you? Signing on to do the thing that I usually do about this time. Sometimes I even rhyme. So today I'm gonna see what I can find to build. Show you what I made yesterday. Make sure that everything's working right first. Technology is advancing in my favor very quickly, and it is always trying to support me just like the universe and my goals and my visions. So that's why it's a major part of each mission. All right, everything's looking good. Everything's looking right. Today, I would have to say, first thing I'm going to do, as I usually do, is show you what I made yesterday, the app I made. Then I'm going to go through the process of finding the new idea for today. I'm going to implement a new feature into my workflow. Talk about a bunch of things, do a bunch of things, build one thing, and yeah, that's pretty much what's on the radar. The schedule, whatever you want to call it. So far, every problem I have solved it for the most part. Maybe one or two I didn't know what to do, but at least I fixed the thing from yesterday, so I can get the voice working right again. Okay, here we go. All right. So yesterday I made InvestAtax, your beginner-friendly investment tax estimator. And there's a disclaimer: this tool provides estimates only and is not tax advice. I'm not a tax official. Consult a qualified tax professional for your specific situation. Actual tax liability may differ. So, yeah, basically don't take this tool as truth yet. I feel like over time I could make it to be the best tool for investors that I can see. But right about now, it's brand new and there's still a lot of things that I would have to do to make it right. Bugs to find, errors to go through, but for the most part, what I already did was went through a walkthrough of it and everything was working good. I don't really see another reason I won't like put in the information because I already did that last time. But basically, it's super important to have the state because it's going to do federal and local taxes. And some states, well, most states are different. Some states have zero income tax. And especially when it comes to investing, there's also other like different rules that investors would want to know. I don't think I've really incorporated those into this, but it did show like when I tried a few different states that were 0% income tax, but I knew like one of them, like Nevada, had certain rules. And then I tried putting in info that would maybe trigger that rule, and it did mention like, there's a rule that exists, but it didn't really like go and calculate how it would make a difference in the taxes. So at least it's showing right now that, certain things would come into play that people might not know about. For the most part, I would imagine if somebody right now is like an experienced investor and they're doing it for professionally, then they're just paying someone to do their taxes for them. But I think in the future, like, I mean, that's not going to be necessary. AI is going to be able to be like, better in most ways. I think maybe, a person, you might want to pay somebody to like look everything over at the end of the day to make sure everything's right. But I mean, really, most of what these the people, you would pay to do your taxes for you as like an entrepreneur or an investor could be covered by AI. So this is kind of the beginning of that. You got your stocks and crypto sales. So essentially, you can either manually put them in, or you can, like if you're using an exchange, they would give you a 1099. So you could just like put that 1099, enter the information, what the company is, all the stuff that would be on that. Then you got interest income that would go into it too. Your current holdings also make a difference. This is the main thing for this, because like it's not so much for taxes, but when you put your current holdings in, this will be able to have the AI help you understand if there's anything to do in regards to your current holdings that could most likely, like the main thing you would want to know is like how could you reduce your tax bill. So the first thing it's going to go through is look through your current holdings and see if like you're taking losses anywhere, and let you know if you sell for that loss, that how that's going to help your taxes or whatever it could think of that would help you. Got the tax tips for beginners. I think this is the most important part really, because I think it's very unlikely that beginner investor is gonna start making a lot of money right away. Um, but even if you're not, I would say just check this app out just for this stuff, because this is really important to know once you start to go through the phase of going from losing to breaking even, and then going from breaking even to being consistently profitable. You'd want to know this stuff. This is gonna probably save you a lot of money knowing this stuff ahead of time. So yeah, see you in the chat. Respect every time. Good to see you back. Hope you're doing good. Hope everyone else is too. Glad that you're here to see what I do for another day. So that's it for that. The investor tax. So now I'm going to get into the next app. So what I want to do, well, I have an idea, and I'm not a big options trader, but I think it would be important. Like I already did one kind of options app. Well, not kind of. It was an options app, but it was like really like the entry level. Understanding like the basics of options basically, and I want to do kind of like a next level that deals with option spreads. So it's like basically like training beginners how to do option spreads, and it should be able to be where you could like search for a ticker and see what it would look like if you did certain option spreads. What's up, Javi? Respect every time. Good to see everybody back. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna do the research. I really don't know anything about this idea right now, other than I want to make an app that helps beginner investors understand option spreads, and like understand how they work, and then understand how to use them correctly. So I'm gonna start out. Oh yeah, I've got was doing some research on how to implement for the build. I want to put a new rule in my Claude MD that basically every time I do an audit, after the audit and it makes a fix, it should go and push to GitHub automatically. So that's awesome. It's awesome to see you vibe coding. I don't know if you checked the Discord. I was just looking at that, and there's some really cool new projects up there. So you can check out other people's projects for inspiration, and you can also post your own products up there. And I'm going to, so basically from last Monday to this next coming Monday, I'm gonna give out I have a free week of Claude Code to whatever I think is the coolest project on Discord. Wondering about phase two. Well, excuse me, I am too. But I have a pretty good idea what it's gonna be. Essentially, um, I'm going to create like the product essentially, because like none of these are for sale. These are all MVPs. These are just out there for free. All the links for everything I've created is in the YouTube description. So for phase two, the basics of what I'm gonna do is basically, I think, hook everything up together into one central hub, and then that's gonna be what I'm gonna monetize. So I would be building that, and not 100% sure, how it's all gonna work together. I'm like kind of formulating some ideas, like what I want to do, but I mean, essentially, I'm trying to build the best financial tool out there, the best financial hub out there, and I'm trying to have it to where there's like a free tier. So I'll still give some of the tools away, and then there will be like coaching and just everything. I want to make it so it's like everything anyone would ever need. The only thing that I think I'm not going to be able to do from the start is to actually like make it an exchange so that people could like buy or sell from the hub. But at least I'm like laying the foundation so that it's going to provide so much value that people would want to come on there. And then when it makes more money and then it makes more sense, I can essentially have a an exchange, really. So that's awesome that you like that Candle Quest. Uh, yeah, that's I really think that game has a lot of value, and I see definitely more levels that I could add on to make it even better. But yeah, for right now, it's good to know that people are using it, and yeah, especially if you're not used to like understanding candles before, it sounds like I even myself, like, I understand candlesticks really well in candle charts, but even when I played that game, like it definitely brushed up my knowledge, some things that I just was like kind of forgot from a long time ago. Yeah, I agree. I agree that having all those mini apps is a good place to start, and I will definitely upgrade them. I am understanding a lot better now, not just how to like upgrade and make things better, but to make things so like I didn't even realize it's possible to make things so that they can kind of upgrade themselves over time. And yeah, this is just like MVPs right now. So, if anything, I think the being a beginner, this first 30-day phase of 30 apps in 30 days, um, is so valuable. Like, I would recommend to anybody, even if they're not trying to like start a business, just if they wanna, if they're beginner and they're not a developer and they wanna learn Claude Code, I think the best thing for them to do would be to be consistent and just build like, 30 apps in 30 days, something like that. I would say it took me about 10 before I really started to like understand what was going on. And then I probably got to like app number 20 before I started realizing like how to make my workflow better and get more of a professional workflow. And now I'm definitely feeling like I'm ready for the next step, but I'm still seeing like I think it's totally worth it to have a few more days of builds because I can still make my workflow better and still a few more apps I could build that are going to provide a lot of value, especially the one today. I think this options thing, it's definitely more not for like beginners, but it's more like a funnel. People will come in probably as beginners. This would be something, if someone's like kind of past the beginner stage, maybe more like beginner to intermediate level, they could start on something like this, or someone if they just want to get into options. Options isn't really my thing, but I understand it, and I know the value in it. I could see myself getting more into options in the future, and I think this tool, if anything, would also even help me. Um, like if you don't know what an option spread is, basically think about it like let's say you're betting on a sports game, right? And let's say the line is like when the game starts out, let's say like one team is favored to win by 10 points and the other team, is favored to lose by 10 points. Well, let's say you put a bet on that team that is favored to lose by 10 points. Basically you put your bet down, and then as long as they don't lose by more than 10 points, then you would win. Well, let's say at halftime, that team that was favored to lose by 10 points that you bet on is up by 10 points. So now the spread has changed. So now you could basically bet on that team. You could bet on the other team, basically the same bet you made at the start. to where that team, you'll win as long as they don't lose by more than 10 points. So essentially, if the game ends up being to where like neither team wins by more than 10 points, you win both bets. And if that doesn't happen, then you essentially break even. So I think that's kind of like, I think that's like the easiest way I could think of to explain option spreads. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do today. And this app should basically teach people how to do option spreads and understand what it is. All right, so looking at the keeping my document on the side to reference. So I have the prompt to after the research to automatically push to GitHub after each audit picks. All right, so now I'm ready to start doing the research. Yeah, I've heard about the notice in the comments. I've heard about the Polymarket stuff too. And well, first off, like I wanted to try it myself and I tried to sign up for Polymarket and essentially there's like about a million person wait list. I think I'm like 900 something thousand on the wait list. And it could probably take a very long time to get on there. But the people that I've heard that are on Polymarket, sounds like there's some things that like you can get a lot of research to have AI do to make your odds better. But I think for the most part, a lot of this stuff is still really early, and a lot of the stuff I've seen where people are claiming to do that, it's kind of like half hype and half real. It seems like to me that like they're hyping it up a lot more than it actually is, and most people right now couldn't even get on Polymarket. But there's other options too, and like you're saying, you're trying to build a crypto arbitrage bot. I've heard a lot of people that have tried to do that. Kind of the same thing I've been getting from watching videos on people that are doing that is most of them don't work. Most people kind of like are overhyping their capabilities. Essentially, there's like already crypto arbitrage bots that are like called market makers that are doing that, and like the stock market has like the high frequency trading, and that's kind of the same thing. But I mean, I'm sure if you like, I'm sure somebody could find an angle. But the thing I'm thinking is like these other bots would like probably pick up on that if you found an angle, and then they would probably like program the other bots to like try to steal your angle from you. So you'd constantly have to be like, finding something that worked and then it would only work for a little bit and then you'd have to like reprogram the code and like re-update it to find like a different angle. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone could find like a permanent angle that would like never get broken, but right now to me it sounds pretty difficult. But yeah, that's awesome to hear that you're trying it at least, and I definitely would like to know what you find out, like what kind of results that you get. All right, so on to the research. All right, for today's tool, what I want to build is an app that for beginner investors that teaches them about option spreads. So right now, like I don't really have a very clear vision of how I want to do this. Essentially, I want to have like education to where they understand what spreads are and how they work. Thinking of having like, different spreads explained. Like I know one of them's called like butterflies, probably one of the most common. And if possible, I would like to do something where you could do a ticker search and basically like, go through like maybe you would say like a paper trade version of a spread on any ticker. Um let me know what you think of that idea so far. any problems you might see, and any suggestions that you might have or advice on what I could add to make it better. So it sounds like what you did is you're fetching all the liquidity pools from a DEX and then build a graph out of these pools and trying to calculate the profitable path using the Bellman-Ford algorithm. Yeah, so I don't even know what the Bellman-Ford algorithm is. I got to look into that, and I bet it's super difficult because essentially you're like I'm saying, like they have all these market maker bots and they're just constantly changing the liquidity pools basically from what I understand. And that would be something that your program would have to like understand how they work, I feel like you'd have to like the way I would think to make it was maybe one of the first things you'd want to do is to actually like train your bot how the other bots work so that it can like find its own lane, I guess, if that makes sense. Um, you've got a graph loaded with pools, and then you built a tool to visualize the graph. Yeah, that does sound like a very good like steps on the right direction for making progress. But yeah, I think that sounds super difficult. The arbitrage angle to me sounds more difficult than actually like building maybe like a trading bot, but that's just me. And everybody like has learns differently, and every investor is there's like investing is not like a one size fits all game. Like everybody has different strengths and weaknesses when it comes to investing. So like certain ways of investing work better for some people than others. And machine learning today. So I'm not really sure like where the problem is with machine learning. Um, their bots can find opportunities before they occur. Yeah, I mean that's what I understand. Like those things are so quick. Like the way those, especially with like the stock market, and the high frequency trading bots, it's like they can beat you by the time you click your button to put in your order. They've already adapted to try to manipulate your order basically by the time like you even see it up on the screen. So and yeah, that's awesome that you got your own way to it. I totally believe it's possible. And if that's what you like doing, that's really awesome. And basically there is potential there. Like I feel like there is a lot of opportunity. If you could get that right, that would be like a money machine essentially. But something tells me it's going to be really difficult, like I was saying before, to make it consistent. Um, it's exactly like the same than traditional finance. Okay, I see what you're saying. So are you building something that's going to be for like all markets or like just the crypto markets or like just the stock market? Um, I guess that would make a difference because like those bots probably like act a little bit differently. But yeah, I mean, yeah, man, that's awesome. Like, you're only worth $90, but hey, that's like better than nothing, better than being in debt. A lot of people are in a ton of debt, and that's super motivating. Like I've been broke before. I've been broke and then made a lot and then like been broke again. And fortunately, I haven't been like that for a while, but yeah, I know that definitely the most motivating times are when the money is low. So just stay with it. Once you find success, just keep grinding, man. Like keep getting it cuz like I'm saying, like once you get it working, I think that's not the time to stop. I think once you get it working, that's really the time where you can like get it like locked in and make it better cuz if you just I have an idea I've my intuition is kind of telling me like something like that. Like if you got that working and it wasn't constantly adapting to get better, it would lose its edge really quick. But I don't know. I've never built something like that. It's gonna be awesome to see more as they get built. That's good to know. The crypto market sounds way, way more inviting to coders and vibe coders. Like everything I've been doing so far, building apps for mostly stocks and trying the different APIs and now crypto and understanding how like crypto is just it's like the stock market like wants to find a way to squeeze you for every like dollar they can, for every like piece of information that you can get from them, where crypto is like, here, just have it, we don't care, you don't even need an API. And by the way, like crypto also has like features where like they want you to like have exchange features on your site, and then they give you like commission if people are using it. So yeah, crypto seems very inviting to the future of technology and investing, whereas like the stock market, I don't know, it just seems like they're like stuck back in time of scarcity mindset. And in the future, people are gonna see that evolve, and they're gonna be like, okay, especially like people like us that are vibe coding solutions to this stuff. Yeah, they're just gonna be like, dude, why would I deal with the stock market when the crypto is so much more inviting to us? So yeah, definitely mindset is major. Brain power is the main power. Believe in what you do, believe it's possible, believe you can do it. And yeah, I mean, like that sounds way more interesting and fun than like any kind of job I could think of. So plus you're not trading your time for money. Sky's the limit. No one's gonna be telling you, how much you can make. It's all about like, the effort you put in and then what you make out of it. And to me, that's like, the journey. Like the journey is like more fun where it's really at. Um, just waiting for the check, waiting for the money, and just like grinding hard on something you don't like. Like that's not where it's at. It's all about doing something you love and like just enjoying the journey and the process, and then whatever you make from that, that's really just like a bonus, and you're just like blessed already because you're doing what you love every day, um and you're not trading your time for money. But I understand, in the world, like sometimes people would rather do that, and sometimes people just got to do that until maybe people got to work and then like vibe code on the side until they actually like get enough money that they don't have to work anymore. But I mean, it's possible. It's so possible. What I found, one of the first things I found when I started doing my own business stuff is like, I was always under the impression that like doing your own business was like so difficult, and it was going to be like so much more difficult compared to like working at a trading your time for money, working at a job. But yeah, it's completely the opposite in my opinion, and way more fun. So going back to the research, this is a fantastic follow up to the invest attacks. If taxes are the defense of investing, option spreads are the special teams. It's like I knew I was just using like sports betting analogies for explaining option spreads. That's crazy. Um, Building a tool for option spreads is a smart move because most brokerage apps like Robinhood or Schwab show you the legs of a trade, but don't explain the risk to reward ratio in a way beginners can actually visualize. Exactly. Um, right away, they're showing me potential problems. The max loss trap. Beginners often see butterfly spreads and think they are a sure thing because they're cheap. They don't realize that if the stock price moves too far, they lose 100% of their investment. Your tool needs to highlight max loss in big red letters. Okay, so just be very clear about, what the risk is and the reward. Um, let's see. So then there's data latency. Real-time options data is expensive and hard to get for free. That's good to know. But I did an options thing before, and it's like trying to get live Greeks for every ticker might be a headache. Okay, I remember that. I believe for the Greeks option tool that I made, I think it only covered like the top 30 stocks, but at least that would be enough for a beginner to understand. Whoa, yeah, all right, yeah, that would be enough for a beginner to understand. Okay, so complexity overload, spreads have legs, multiple contracts, explaining why you're buying one and selling another is the hardest part of the education pillar. Yeah, this is definitely not like a complete beginner task, but I think it has a lot of value in the hub. I feel like I've pretty much done like the majority of like complete beginner tools that I can make. But to make this an ultimate beginner tool, they suggest focusing on three features. The visual profit loss graph, instead of just showing numbers, create a dynamic SVG chart. So as the user builds their spread, show a mountain or tent graph. Beginners need to see if the stock stays here, I make $100. If it moves here, I lose 50. Okay. The spread dictionary, the butterfly, the iron condor, these are like different names for different option spreads. So have like a template library. Instead of making them pick individual legs, they click, I think the stock will stay flat. The app automatically sets up an iron condor or butterfly. Oh, okay. So there should be like options, like it should like maybe show a stock and then you could guess like, do I think it's going to go up? Do I think it's going to stay flat, go sideways? Do I think it's going to go down? And then it can show you like different option spreads based on what you would guess that it's going to happen. That would make sense. Education, give each spread a difficulty rating and a market mood. Bullish, bearish, or boring. Sideways, I don't think sideways is really that boring. I think sideways trading is some of like the easiest and like just free money situations. And I love seeing when like right now how crypto is going sideways. Like it's just way easier, I think, to trade that. The paper trade simulator uses sandbox mode since real time data is hard. You can use delayed data or even manual input where the user says the stock is currently 150. Yeah, I'm thinking that that's I shouldn't do a paper trade simulator. At least not right now. That's going to be kind of like too much and make it like too difficult. So we're like make it like to gamify it. Let them place the trade and then fast forward time to see how the theta decay time eating the value affects their profit. That actually sounds like a better idea than kind of what I was thinking at first to do it on like live stocks. And I'm seeing like how this would be better even for like what I'm gonna get for the API. So yeah, I'm gonna look into that. The language translator, just translate the terms for beginners basically. Um, so the project vision, a flight simulator for options. You aren't just trading; you're learning the shape of the trade. So we got interactive profit loss chart, a graph that moves as you drag the strikes. Education sidebar, real time definitions of the Greeks as they change, and spread templates, one click setups for the top 5 most common spreads. All right, after reading all that and remembering some of the issues I had with previous option app that I made in regards to APIs, I'm wondering if it would be more value for the users if instead of doing like a live ticker search and then explaining how to apply option spreads to a current price, if more of the gamified looking at like uh you could still look up a ticker and then it would show like price in the random past, and then it could do like like kind of a simulator, like you're talking about a flight simulator. So it would be like looking at a past price so that it could like move in the future quick, and then you could understand like how option spreads work by essentially speeding up time. Let me know what you think of this idea. Let me know if you think of as far as designing it and the value it offers, if it's better or worse than more of like where the original vision was. All right, back to the chat. The knowledge that I have building a classical algo trading bot seems to be a good option for you. It might not seem like a crazy idea. No, not at all. And I want to try that, but I feel like it's not time for that yet. Um I think that I still want to get my skills better for building before I get into something like that because there's still a few aspects of it that seem like it's like above my head for where my skills are now. And ultimately, I'm floating around with ideas of the finance hub that I'm going to build, being able to coach people and like get personalized data based on like their trading strategies and be able to like build custom trading bots for like anybody who uses the hub. So like Python would be the best friend. Yeah, and I understand Python better than anything. AI is really good at it. Yeah, AI would really come down to like, understanding your style and like what kind of essentially like what kind of trading would be best for the individual person. And from what I understand about Python, like they're the best at like, having like the numbers and the data, storing of data and having like the most complex like calculations. Yeah, I totally feel like I could vibe code something really good. If not like a bunch of different tools for that. So that would just be like down the road. And like right now, it totally makes sense that most of my tools so far are for like, beginners, like the first kind of like level of onboarding people into the funnel and starting with like marketing to those people and then just go from there. But yeah, it's definitely something that I think about a lot, and I think I really did not have this vision at all. I don't think I really started seeing this like central hub until I was maybe like 15 apps into the build. Like at first, I really thought I was gonna just like build 30 apps and track them all, and then just try to like put the best performing ones on the app stores, and then just like do nothing with the ones that didn't work. But now I'm understanding like that's probably not the best idea unless one of them like already kind of goes viral. But who knows? It could happen, and I haven't even checked the analytics in like a week, so I'll definitely like do more of a like analytics. I probably even just set up a actual like Claude Code program that could like go over the analytics of everything automatically for me and just give me an analysis. Um, yeah, I would like to build that live too. Like everything I want to do live. I know I'm gonna have some restrictions as far as like security and stuff that I won't be able to do some stuff live, but I'm just trying to do as much live as I can. Like I want this to be like essentially like, any beginner vibe coder or any person that has never vibe coded in their life could come on and just start at day one and just like follow the process and see exactly how I did it and be able to apply that to whatever niche they want to apply it to. All right, so for the my shift in vision to like a flight simulator for option spreads moves the app from a tool to a training simulator. This is 10 times better for a stream and for beginner education. By using historical data or even synthetic randomized data, you solve the biggest technical hurdle, expensive real-time APIs, and unlock the most powerful teaching tool in time in finance, time compression. Yeah, I see that, and I see how that wasn't really possible until like AI came along. So like it helps that I know like I understand what most of the exchanges and tools or like trading view hubs that have tools and like they never had, at least as far as I can remember, any kind of like time compression apps or features like that. The feedback loop is instant. In real life, an iron condor takes 30 to 45 days to play out. In your app, the user can click a next day button to see their PL fluctuate instantly. The aha moment happens in 30 seconds instead of 30 days. And that's what I want to do. I want to get people like from like beginner to pro as quick as possible. Um, Zero API stress. Yeah, right. You don't need a $200 a month live options data sub. You can use a static JSON file with historical data bars for a few popular tickers. Yeah, and I don't even need like every ticker. Like I can just for this one can just be like some of the main ones. Gamification, like give users a starting balance of 10K, see how many simulated months they can survive. This turns a boring math lesson into a game. Design and interaction ideas. To make this feel like a high-end simulator, here's how they would structure the UI. The time controls, the remote, instead of a static chart, have a VCR style control bar at the bottom. I don't think too many people are going to know what VCR is. Anyway, play pause. I should say change it to DVD. Play pause, 1 day, 1 week. As the stock price moves, and the profit loss line in the graph dances up and down in real time. The Greeks gauges, since beginners find the delta theta confusing, show them speedometers. I already did an app that does all that. So that would be like the beginning. Like they would go to that app and like first understand like um the Greeks, and then once they get that basic understanding from that other app, then it would kind of like make sense to move on to this app and then like apply everything they learned. The ghost trade, when they enter a spread, for example, like a butterfly, show a ghost of the trade on the chart. I think I know what they mean. Um, Green zone profit area, red zone loss area. The goal of the game is to keep the current price inside the green zone as you fast forward time. So this is much better than like my original vision. I could build a scenario engine where I preload 10 famous market moments, like the 2020 crash, the Nvidia AI moonshot, the 2022 sideways grind. Um, I don't know that I want to do those specific things. I mean, I get because those are like so one in a lifetime things that happen, the black swan type things that I think it would make way more sense to give simulators based on like 99% of how the market moves and not like the 1% times that no one can really even prepare for these things anyway unless you're like crazy inside information. You only need to code the Black-Scholes math, the formula for option pricing once. Since you control the current date in the simulation, the math is perfectly stable. Okay, so now I want to get this down so I can put it on the side so like my vision is right when I explain it to Claude. All right. All right, so what I want you to do is simply build like an outline or like a bulleted list of like all the features of this app and what it would do. Sometimes I'm like thinking of more to say and then I look and I'm like that's actually all I need to do. Okay. High stakes flight simulator for your capital. Focusing on historical playback and time compression, you remove the stress of real time data. Focus entirely on the mechanics of the trade. So for like the time machine engine, historical playback, ability to load specific market eras. Um, yeah, it's still trying to go with this. I should have told it not to do that with like um different black swan events. I guess maybe do it something to where it's like not just all like a normal market where things are moving really slow, but maybe throw in some like things that aren't like like historical crashes, but like still just like not super like boring and like everyday stuff. Okay. So time compression controls, DVD style buttons that update the stock price and option values instantly. Scenario library, preloaded datasets for 5 to 10 major tickers. So the app works offline without a live API. That would be cool. No APIs. I like the sound of that. The interactive profit loss canvas, dynamic visualizer, a real-time graph showing the profit loss trend. The ghost price, a vertical line representing the current price that moves through the green profit and red loss zones as you fast forward time. Theta decay visualizer, watch the profit tent shrink or expand as time passes, visualizing how the extrinsic value of an option evaporates. The spread blueprint library, one-click templates buttons to instantly deploy complex spreads like vertical spreads, iron condors, butterfly, credit spreads. Leg breakdown, a clear list showing exactly what contracts the user is buying versus selling in plain English. Beginner friendly Greeks gauges. No, I don't need to do that. Well, maybe that would help a little bit. I'll see what I think. Maybe wait to the end to see if I want to add that. The paper pilot dashboard. Starting bankroll. Every session starts with a set amount. It's like 10K. Trade log, a history of each simulated trade made during the session showing the final win-loss. Risk warning system, big bold alerts when a user's spread has unlimited risk or a very low probability of profit. Yeah, that would be very important so they like understand what they're getting into. A language translator, so it's like technical terms, has a tooltip next to it that like you can probably just hover over. Bottom line summary, text box that constantly updates within this trade. You're betting the stock stays between 140 and 160 until next Friday. That's a good feature. Potential add-on feature, a mode where the app gives the user a market mood. The market is nervous and moving sideways, and challenges them to pick the right spread. If they survive the simulated month with a profit, they level up. I think telling people that how the market is moving, well, yeah, as long as you're not saying like the market is going to move like this in the future, then that kind of takes away like the realistic like scenario of it. But if you're just like showing that, I guess like how the market has been moving, then that would make sense. Okay. Um all right, I'm just going to copy and paste this onto my side document. So can reference it throughout the build. All right. Now I just got to do the pain points. Yep, pain point, solution, and name. I want you to do some market research. Go on the internet and find what you can find in regard to, I guess, beginner investors and anybody that's not a professional, really, in regards to option spreads, so that I understand what their main pain points are, so I can program that into to this app. Market research shows that for non-professionals, the jump from buying simple calls and puts to trading spreads is where most people go broke. That makes sense. Not because they get the direction wrong, but because they don't understand the mechanics of the multi-leg trade. Yep. So I think that's the main thing of what this tool is designed to do. Here's the primary pain points for beginners. The directional, oh, like in which ways? Yeah, being more specific. This is good. The directional success slash financial loss paradox. The pain. Beginners often pick the right direction, like whether the stock is going to go up, down, or sideways, but they still lose money because of the time and the volatility. In the flight simulator, create a notification that says you were right about the price, but you lost like $50 today because of the volatility drop was faster than the price move. The max loss illusion. Beginners see that the spread cost $100 and it has a max profit of 400. They don't realize that the probability of profit is only 15%. They treat it like a lottery ticket rather than a trade. Yeah, that's a lot of well, not professional options traders, but definitely a lot of people see that, and then they like kind of look at options like it's a more of a gamble than a skill thing. Absolution. Don't just show the dollar amounts, add a probability meter that changes in real time as they drag their strikes. Understanding the legs, buying versus selling. Most beginners don't understand that a spread is just buying one option and selling another. They get confused about why they're collecting a credit or paying a debt. Use a tug of war visual. Show the bought leg trying to pull the profit up and the sold leg acting as an anchor that limits the profit but pays them rent. Okay. Pin risk and expiration chaos, the pain. Beginners often hold spreads until the very last hour of Friday. If the stock price is pinned right between their two strikes, they can end up with a massive accidental stuck position they can't afford. That's something that, like me, like I don't do option spreads enough to know that risk. So this is like even teaching me. Programming an expiration warning. When the simulator gets within 24 hours of the deadline, make the screen flash amber to explain you're in the danger zone. Close this now to avoid pin risk. Okay. Yeah, these are all really good things to add. Because spreads are cheap, beginners often open 50 contracts instead of one. When the trade moves against them, they're wiped out instantly. Include a risk to account ratio. If they try to place a trade that risks more than 5% of their simulated bankroll, have a mentor character pop up and say, this one trade could end your flight. Are you sure? Yeah, all those are good. Saying I should put a market mood toggle like before, but now they're explaining it better. For the Ivy Crush, they buy a spread before earnings. The stock moves right, but the profit drops because volatility crushed. The slow grind. The stock barely moves for 2 weeks. They watch their credit spread slowly make money just by waiting. The gap down. The stock gaps past their stop loss. They learn that spreads have a max loss for a reason. So with this language translator in the app, very specific. Instead of saying the theta is like negative 0.05, the app can say time is currently eating $5 of your profit every day. You need the stock to move faster to stay ahead. Okay, so there's a lot to this one. This might be from like what I'm looking at this, like the most complicated app that I built. But I want to build it. I'm super like interested to see how this is going to turn out. Okay, so for the main problems, it's going to be see. They don't understand the mechanics of multi-leg trade. So okay, they don't understand the mechanics, and mechanics I think being more like the three Greeks and the probability of profit. And okay, So I think mechanics could be like the Greeks, the legs, and that kind of sums it all up. And also probability of profit. So mechanics is first, I think. Oh yeah, so I'm just talking to I'm just looking at the comments. I'm just talking to Gemini right now, and I should start sharing that screen with Gemini. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that in the future. I'm pretty much done with this step for right now, but it's just more like switching over. And I know sometimes it's like when I'm working, I just like forget to switch back and forth from like the code to the browser for like the local browser, like what I'm working on. But yeah, I should if I just like start doing that now, that's a good habit. So let's see. Yeah, thanks for that. Because I was wondering if people really like wanted to see, what I was reading off the thing. Because a lot of stuff I'm skimming over that's like not really that important. But yeah, it's good to know people want to see that. So I'm gonna try to set up another source for my streaming thing in between this stream and the next one to start showing the whatever LLM I'm talking to do the market research. All right, so you got understanding the mechanics, and then the probability of profit. All right, so now I'm gonna get the name. Let's see. I'm ready to find a name for this app. I want something that's catchy, and I want it to be so that if someone looks at the name, they understand exactly what this tool does. Start with 20 different examples of the name, and I think it would help if like something about options or spreads or option spreads is included in the name. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that some of the ideas that I seem to be like really concrete before I start the stream, like, oh, I'm gonna like make this tool. Like, I might just like kind of start thinking about it the night before and just have like a good idea of what I want. Those turn out to be like I think like the apps that I think are like not they're cool, but like the coolest apps that I make, I think start with like really no idea of what I'm gonna do. And then me just like, doing it on the fly. And then I don't know if there's something to that with like me, because I know in business, like you don't want to, when you're creating like especially MVPs, you don't want to be trying to like, as a business person, you don't want to try and like guess what your audience or your market wants. You want to like, the best thing to do is like to talk to them and, pick their brain about like what they want, where their problems are, stuff like that. Basically like the market research processes that I'm doing live here. But I think there's something to that. Just like starting a build with like way less idea of like how things are exactly going to be, and then just kind of like, figuring it out as you go, and what would make the most sense based on like the market research. I think those app sessions, I think, have come up with the most. I was saying best, but I think a better way to say it is like providing the tools that provide the most value. And this one definitely I feel like is going to be one of them. Okay. Spread Flight, Spread Lab, um, Spread Scope, Spread Sense, Spread Logic, Alpha Spreads, Spread Sage. Um, I like Spread Sage. It's like the wise mentor for your options journey. Um, yeah, I'm gonna use that one, and then I think I don't even have to look up. I don't even have to look for a subtitle because they already got it just in the explanation of that one. The wise mentor for your options journey. All right. But I'm gonna call it options spread sage. Or wait. Um. Yeah, I think I should call it options spread sage. And it is the wise mentor for your options journey. There we go. So that is the basic market research, and now I'm going to start with the build. I would be switching over to the code, and let's see, creating the folder. I got to transfer over my MD files, which are going to be in Vesta tags. So I just drag the folder over, get my workflow set up, start the terminal. And yeah, I see so much value in, like, in one way I'm kind of like All right, I'm building a new app every day, and a lot of this stuff is repetitive with like, setting up the project, setting up the workflow. But I think this is money for when I get into, bigger builds, or say, like it might take me like, I don't know, I'm just guessing at least a couple weeks to like build that hub. And this is already like muscle memory of setting up the project, because now I got this down, and if I go to set up a project and I'm really only setting up something moving forward, like maybe once every other week, then I don't have to really worry about like forgetting how to do that and like having to like look back. This is all just like, muscle memory now. So, okay. I got Claude Code, Codex. Here we go. So start in plan mode. All right. All right, back to the comments before I get started. Talking about the I think you're still talking about the what do you call it? The scalping um arbitrage bot. So you built a setup template and then reuse the setup to build any app. Oh, you're talking about what I'm doing. Okay. Um yeah, that's a good idea. So I didn't even realize that you could like I could just basically like maybe save this workflow. I didn't even know you could do that. Um and when I get to know GitHub more, um I can make some commit and push to save the code before any AI slop that wrecked the project. Yep, that's what I'm trying to like implement. I think part of me is thinking like this project is so complex, I shouldn't really try to add something new on this one with like the automatic push to GitHub. Um Part of me is thinking I should do it right now. Um yeah, I think I'll do more research on it first. I think just this project today is going to be like, I've never built anything this difficult before. I want to just be focusing on that. And I'm just going to take a note to look into VS Code setup templates. And I know my workflow will definitely like evolve over time too. So like this setup I have now probably will be different than what I have like a month or 2 months from now. I was seeing a lot of potential yesterday for adding more terminal windows to do the build process a lot quicker. But yeah, that's I want to just because today's build is going to be like so new and difficult. Well, I don't want to speculate whether it's going to be easy or difficult. I think it's just going to be more of a complex project that I just want to focus on the project today, and I'll do the implementation stuff for another time because I think the project is the build is going to be way more exciting anyway. So, all right, let's see, getting the document in front of me so I can see the vision is while I'm referencing this stuff. Awesome, yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I'd definitely like to see what your setup is. Maybe there's even like I could add something in Discord that's like place for people to post their setups. That's I'm gonna look into that. Good ideas after good ideas. Respect. Yeah, thanks. I'll definitely check that out on Discord. All right, so I got it in plan mode. I'm ready to start just reading everything over real quick so I got the vision right. Calling it spread flight, but it's options. Option spread sage. The wise mentor for your option spread journey. All right. Ready to start the plan mode. Here I go. I want to build an app called Option Spread Sage. The subtitle is The Wise Mentor for Your Option Spread Journey. This is for beginner investors, specifically people who are beginners to options and option spreads. So what I want this to have is a time machine engine, historical playback, and ability to load specific eras from the stock market. So it will basically be like a past view of the stock market, and a person can pick from maybe like the top like 10 to 20 most popular stocks. So it's going to be like a flight simulator for learning how to do option spreads. And essentially, there will be time compression tools like DVD style buttons like play, pause, step one, um, move up one day, step another step for one to move up a week. Um, so then this would like each one that time they click those buttons to make things move forward, it would automatically update the stock price and the options values instantly. And there can be like a scenario library, preloaded data sets for these major tickers, like Apple, S&P 500, Nvidia. And essentially, like I'm wondering if this app could work without an API. I would rather do that. I want to have another feature of an interactive profit loss canvas, a dynamic visualizer, a real-time graph showing the profit loss tent, the ghost price, a vertical line representing the current price that moves through the green profit and red loss zones as you fast forward time, a theta decay visualizer. You can watch the profit tent shrink or expand as time passes, visualizing how the extrinsic value of an option evaporates. The next feature is the spread library or the blueprint library. There would be one-click templates, buttons to instantly deploy complex spreads, vertical spreads like a bull call or a bear put, iron condors, the sideways play, butterflies, the pinning play, credit spreads, the income play, and then a leg breakdown, like a clear list showing exactly what contracts the user is buying versus selling in plain English. There should be a beginner friendly Greeks gauge. Instead of just numbers, use safety gauges like decay gauge for the theta, how much money you lose, gain just by waiting 24 hours. The move gauge, the delta, how much profit changes if the stock moves $1. The volatility gauge, the vega, how much you gain or lose if the market gets scared or calm. The next feature would be a paper pilot dashboard. You'd have a starting bankroll. Every session starts with a set amount of $10,000. A trade log, a history of every simulated trade made during the session showing the final win-loss. A risk warning system, having some kind of alerts when a user's spread has unlimited risk or a very low probability of profit. I want to have language translator overlays, like where you can hover over something and it can explain the technical terms like strike, expiration, ITM versus OTM, credit debit, bottom line summary, text box that constantly updates with, for example, like in this trade, you're betting the stock always stays between $140 and $160 until the expiration date, whatever day that would be, based on like the past realistic scenario. So the main pain points that I want to consider for this app is that beginners they often pick like the right direction that a stock is going to go in, but then they still lose money because of things like the theta and the vega. So like there should be like a notification that tells people, if they're right about the price, but they're losing $50 today because of the IV crush or volatility drop was faster than the price move, basically to explain to them like how those things that they don't understand works. There's a max loss illusion pain point. They don't really understand the probability of profit. And then that would, by understanding this, it would change it from like more of gambling to more of a skill. And I don't want this to be like teaching people how to do gambling for options. I want it to be like make their skill better for option spread. So maybe to do this, you could add a probability meter that changes in real time as they drag their strikes. There should be something for them to understand the different legs, like buying versus selling, because most beginners don't understand that a spread is just buying one option and selling another. They get confused about things like collecting a credit or paying a debt. Add a tug of war visual to show the bought leg trying to pull the profit up and the sold leg acting as an anchor that limits the profit but pays them rent or the theta. Also, I would like to add something for like an expiration warning. When the simulator gets within 24 hours of a deadline, make something on the screen that shows that the person is in the danger zone and that they should close soon to avoid pin risk and like understand what pin risk is. Also, I would like to have a feature where if someone tries to place a trade that risks more than 5% of their simulated bankroll, that something could like pop up and tell them that this one trade could end your flight or trade or however you want to call it. Also, I want to add a language translator that's different from like just translating terms that beginners wouldn't understand. I want another one that shows like say if the theta is like negative 0.05, then the app can say time is currently eating $5 of your profit every day. You need the stock to move faster to stay ahead. So it should be like a translator for like what's going on with their current option spread trading. Also, make sure you refer to the agents MD and Claude MD file, especially in regards to creating the plan MD and not starting the build in plan mode after you create the plan MD. There we go. Yeah. What's up, Kai? Perfect timing. Just in time for the build. Just started the planning process. So yeah, if you're just joining in, basically, I'm building a. If you know what option spreads is, it's like combining different options trades to make something like a spread. I was kind of explaining it earlier, like, say you're watching a sports game and the team you want to bet on is favored to lose from the beginning by like 10 points, but you could bet, even money that, if they lose by less than 10 points, you still win the bet. And let's say by halftime, that team is up by 10 points. So now the same bet is available for the other team. You could make the same bet for the other team to, you'd win your bet as long as they didn't lose by more than 10 points. So as long as the game ends where like, neither team wins by more than 10 points, then you win both bets. So, and then if they lose, like if you do it right, then you would break even. So there's a lot to option spreads. It's very difficult. This is definitely taking things past like beginner level. This would play off the previous option tool I have that just kind of explains the basics of how options work. But yeah, I'm really excited about this one. I feel like if anything, this will provide a lot of value to my learning too because I usually don't do options trading, and I definitely like I know about spreads and I've learned about spreads, but I've never traded spreads before. So I'm gonna be able to like use this tool to get a good idea of like what it would be like for a beginner, and then I'll actually learn myself too and have a better idea of like how to make it better, stuff like that. But yeah, good to see everybody back. Feeling good about today's build. Yeah. Well, if you're studying for math exams, then this is like some high level math. Um Ask your math teacher what they think about option spread mathematical equations. That would be an interesting reaction. Yeah, I remember when I was doing math in school, like they're always trying to tell us like, the like real world cases for it. I was like always saying like I see no reason to do this. I could just get a calculator. Like this is just a waste of time. But I'm looking back like, man, if I had like teachers explaining to me how I could like use math to set up option spreads and like make tons of money, I probably would have been way more invested in learning it. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna sit down. Oh, okay, yeah, last year, so that's awesome, man. You're learning this stuff from like an early age, so like I'm like well into being an adult before this is even like possible to do this stuff. So yeah, you're definitely I mean stick with it, man. You'll be making tons of money, man, or whatever your goal is, whether it's to make money or just put out even free apps and the money's not even a part of it. But either way, like having this skill now and having all the time to get it better and have technology advance, like yeah, man, you're on your way. All right, yeah, I'm gonna sit down. Yeah, also we were talking about like different workflows and like different setups like in VS Code like how I have my three window setup, and I was thinking about for Discord setting up like another, I don't know what you call it, like a chat, like there's one chat like a general chat and there's one for people to show their work, maybe doing another one for people to share their workflows. And also I want to do those bots too. I just haven't didn't have time. I had something I had to do today. So yeah, back to the comments. Do I have a job? No, I have not had a job in maybe, wow, about like 15 years now. Um, I definitely have worked like so many different jobs, and unfortunately, I probably just got unlucky that I got a bunch of jobs that really were like not so good and didn't treat me so well. But at the same time, I think that really was like part of my motivation to start business, because like I always knew I wanted to start business, but I think I might have like pushed it back farther. And I remember too, I was like applying for so many jobs, and like even today what I'm hearing is like people are applying for like hundreds of jobs before they find one. And I remember just like going to all these interviews and not getting a job. And one day I went to an interview, and the woman was like most of them like felt really fake, like they weren't like being truthful, honest to me about like how they felt about me in regards to like that role and stuff like that. And it just felt really like generic, like they had to get another person interviewed through real quick and they were just rushing me through. But anyways, this woman told me, she was like, so you want to be an entrepreneur and you're applying for jobs? She's like, I'll tell you right now, like that's not going to work. She's like, you can totally, start any business you want to start. Like anyone can do this, but if you're going to try to work at a like full-time job and start a full-time business at the same time, you'll probably burn yourself out. Probably be really difficult. So yeah, I took that information and I was like, man, with all the amount of time and effort I put into just applying for jobs, I could have already probably like got this business started. And yeah, just started doing business stuff instead. First business I did was like not just my business. I was working on it with other people. But the second business I did was my own business. And first business I did required like a ton of my time. I had to be there every day, like driving around. And I mean, it was cool because I was like going and like seeing a lot of cool people every day. But I got bored with it after like 2 or 3 years. And then I had the intention, I was like, I want to do a business to where I can just like work whenever I want to work, that it's like on the internet. I don't have to like be in a certain place. Um, so yeah, that's how I led to that. And yeah, I don't think even if someone offered me a job right now for like $1 million a year, I think I would. I mean, I guess like there's if I could play in like the NBA or the NFL, or like get paid to just like snowboard every day. But That would be, I don't think I'm like getting too old to like, well, not the snowboarding part, but the NBA or the NFL. I don't know that I could keep up with those guys anymore. But how do I sustain myself? Because I've been an entrepreneur for so many years. I've started these businesses in the past, and also I investing. I've been investing now, like I've been investing for maybe like 10 years, but like the last 5 years, I've taken it like way more seriously. So basically, my money's working for me, and I still have passive income coming in from businesses that I did before that I'm not even doing anymore. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure about how a lot of these other people are doing it. Some of them I kind of wonder, because me myself, like I've only like really kind of paid attention to maybe like two or three other channels, and I'll just watch like maybe 10 minutes here and there, like once or twice a week. And I've been doing that for like the past month or two since I first like discovered this. And essentially, I seem to be like the only one that's like really new to vibe coding. The other people I watch, it seems like they were already programmers. They already understood coding, so they were like, I see these guys, and after like 1 month, they're already making like 50K or something like that. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not probably like, as from what I know from business, that's more of like a lottery ticket. It's probably not realistic that you're going to start up a business and in 1 month you're going to be making money. In my experience, it's been more like 6 months to a year before that you have to really like plug into it before you actually start making money. So yeah, I kind of wonder about some of these channels. Like some of them seem really legit, but I think these guys already had like a really good understanding before they got into it, so they probably did a ton of planning so that they're like starting from like you know like where my phase two would probably be. Like they're starting like building the product. I'm starting like my phase one is basically like going from a beginner and learning how to vibe code and like building these tools, and then phase two would be building the actual product that I'm gonna like monetize. And yep, 27 apps now because today is 27. Well, essentially, I did make one app before I started this challenge, but it was like super basic. I thought it was gonna be like so awesome, and it was like I had the idea for like a year or two, and after I made it, I realized like how basic it was and how like it didn't really provide that much value. And but making it, I was like, wow, this is awesome. I love building stuff, and I didn't realize it's so easy to build this now, and I just went all in on this. I have another business that I'm just starting to build that's like almost maybe a year old, that's not making any income yet, that's just starting to kind of find its voice. And I put that on the back burner. Like, I'm still like, but at the same time, like, I put that to the side and I'm barely spending maybe like a couple hours a week just keeping it going. But now I realize like this is teaching me how to set up that business and every other business I do in the future with Claude Code. So I'm like building business systems and basically building like business AI employees. Um, yeah, this seems to for someone who's been an entrepreneur for like 15 years now and is very aware of especially technology trends and what's trending in business. I think like the way I saw LLMs being like the biggest business advantage I'd seen in my entire like entrepreneur career like 2 years ago for like creating content and like doing like planning and market research and just stuff like that for business. I went all in on that for like a year or two, and now I see this opportunity as being way better than even like what the LLMs had potential to do. But at the same time, like I can tell like if I didn't understand like how to communicate with LMs and like what they're capable of, I would not be as good of a vibe coder as I am right now. It would be like a much longer learning curve. All right, so I got the plan MD done. I'm going to check this out real quick. And awesome, it did not start the build yet. So yeah, let's see this plan MD. Yeah, I see this plan is like way more detailed than Plan MDs that is created in the past, and I guess this project is like way more complex than I think any other project I've created. So that would probably explain why. Phase 9, phase 10. But still only 10 phases. I was thinking maybe this one would be like 20 or something, but it's like they just still keep it like around 10 phases, but it just adds way more into each phase. So that'll be interesting to see when I build stuff in the future. It just kind of does that. It tries to keep everything within like, because that's seems like every build where I've had to create a plan MD, it's made it to be like right around like 9 to 11 steps or phases. And like sometimes it calls it steps, sometimes it calls it phases. All right, so I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini and ask it what it thinks would be the best way to structure this build. Go. I just got the plan MD created. I'm going to paste the different phases of the build here, and I want you to let me know if you think I could basically combine any of the steps on the build. What you think steps I could possibly combine. So yeah, back to the comments. The hypnosis doctor, that's a cool name. Do you actually do you like actually like are you a hypnotist? Like do you actually learn hypnosis? Because that's something that I've always been fascinated with, and especially because like I'm super into like abundance mindset stuff and like kind of like programming your mind for success and like almost like I call it like vibe coding your mind, meditation, like stuff like that, understanding like consciousness. So yeah, definitely that's cool. You're an AI engineer working for a company building a SaaS chatbot. I want to learn how to do those too. Um, Essentially, I guess I've kind of done it in some of the apps in a way. You got your MSc in data science and AI. That's your experience. Um, do I have any advice for what kind of business you should start? So basically, I think my best advice for anybody who's looking to especially start a first business, I would ask you, um, imagine right now that you had like, you know, $50 million, $100 million, and you knew you were good for the rest of your life with money. You never had to work again. What would you spend your time doing? And like most people say, I'd go sit on the beach, but like you're gonna get bored of doing that probably after like, a couple months, right? So like once you've done your extended vacation and you're all refreshed, like what would you want to spend your time doing? Seeing thinking that you never have to work again in your life. And I would say design a business around that. The thing that you would like most enjoy doing. Um I like building stuff. I like being an entrepreneur. I like just building businesses and stuff, but like even my second business that I did, the main motivation for me was with the like starting to write books that evolved into a publishing company was to be able to relocate out to the mountains so that I could like snowboard and mountain bike um based on like the weather, because I know that's something you can't really plan. So I just want to be able to like do the minimum amount of work so I could spend most of my time snowboarding and mountain biking. And I looked into like monetizing business around that, but I don't want to like that's another thing. Like think about too. Would monetizing your like passions like kind of like make it not as fun? Because like for like snowboarding, I mean, the best days out there, like I don't even want to wait for anybody. Like there's a saying like no friends on powder days. Like when you get like that powder snow days and it's like really awesome snow, Like I just want to go where I want to go. I don't want to wait for people at the lift. I don't want to wait in lines. Like I'm just trying to get to like the farthest back part of the mountain I can get to where the least amount of people can get to and just ride hard all day and not have to like stop and teach people and stuff like that. So there's that aspect of it too. You can't make a business out of sitting on a beach. Oh yeah, many people do. I don't know if you ever surfed before, but pretty much every major surf spot in the world is just people sitting out on the beach renting out surfboards, and those guys make a ton of money. People are renting out surfboards for like $20 to $50 an hour, renting out like at least 100 surfboards a day. I mean, there's tons of ways you could sit on the beach and make money. I mean, you could sit on the beach and with your computer and make money. I guess that's kind of like stretching it, but no, there's always like there's you could always find something. That's one thing I've learned is like the sky is really the limit. There's always going to be like another opportunity that you never thought of. Um, but it's all about like abundance mindset. Because as soon as you think something's not possible, then it's like your brain just like shuts off into like finding ways to make it work. But yeah, when you believe it's possible, your brain will just like it'll come up with something and you'll be surprised. All right, so getting phase 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, 9 and 10, super simple. Okay, I'm gonna copy and paste this. Am I scared of AGI? You're terrified. You got FOMO. What is AGI? I feel like I know what it is. I just gotta look up AGI. So yeah, I try to not be scared of anything. Like if there's something in life that I'm afraid of, like I think that's like a good thing to do it. And I think well I know that like all the crazy like snowboarding and mountain biking that I've done and like surfing and all that kind of stuff has like pushed my boundaries so much like rock climbing. Like that I mean, I always look at that guy that does the free solo climbs and like he like rewired his brain so he basically is like not even afraid anymore. And I've definitely done that to a huge extent. My brain does not like get stimulated by stuff that stimulates most people. Like I gotta be like flying down a mountain, like doing crazy like maneuvers and stuff through the trees, like to really like feel alive and feel like what most people could like watch a movie and feel like that or something. But yeah. Oh, so AI basically doing all labor, automating 100% of jobs. Okay. No, I'm not afraid of that at all because they're never going to be able to take certain aspects out of human. I believe like at least not in my lifetime. Um yeah, definitely it's like healthy to be have fear for some things, but for that especially, no, I look at that as a huge opportunity. Like, I mean, cuz somebody's got to be programming this AGI. Somebody's got to be finding ways to apply it. So I think the people that are afraid of it are the people that are going to lose out. And unfortunately, that's mostly what I'm seeing in the media. And I know how the hype in the media works. They like to put out like fear and doubt, FUD, fear, um, fear. I can't remember the U and the doubt. But the reason the media does that a lot, because like I understand, from what I understand, like that causes people to click on articles more when it's about like being afraid of something, and then the more clicks they get, the more money they get from like generating advertising revenue. So if they put out like 10 articles and two of them are all about like why you should be afraid of AI, and those get the most clicks. The next day they're gonna put out like 5 different articles about why you should be afraid of AI, and yeah, it's essentially um yeah, I like what Cliff is saying that choose your field and learn how to use AI to do your job. And you know what? Hypnosis That would be super interesting. Think if someone could have an AI bot that could hypnotize people and like program like abundance or like, I mean, dude, think about this. You know hypnosis? You could do an AI that could like, I don't know how hypnosis works, but it makes me think of like the like spinning circle or something, like whatever it would take to like have a computer screen hypnotize somebody. But think of how much money that would be into like hypnotize people to like stop drinking alcohol or like smoking cigarettes or like get over some fear they have. I mean, people pay like crazy money to hypnotists to like basically like have them do this manually. But what if you could set up a program that could do that and it would just be like, you could instead of being limited to how many people you could like hypnotize per day in person to like having thousands of people go on your site to hit like I almost want to look in I almost want to look into that idea too, like build a whole hub of like hypnosis tools for different oh, that's just a username. Okay. Oh, Hypnos is the god of sleep in Greek mythology because it used to be lazy. That's funny. No, man. I mean, like I said, whatever you think, whatever your passions are, start with that. Don't do something that you because whatever you're most passionate about that you like to do that you can keep getting better at, that's where you're going to be able to provide the most value. The main thing when I see especially new entrepreneurs fail, it's because they know somebody else that has this business that makes so much money and it's like maybe collecting like junk out of people's garage or something. And it's like, do they really enjoy collecting junk out of people's garage, or are they just doing it because they know somebody else that's making money doing it and they think it's a good money making opportunity? So just mainly, I would say like look at what your passions are and then focus on providing value instead of focusing on making money. And then the money will come when you just focus on like providing the most value possible with like what your passions are. And man, I gotta actually write down that hypnotize idea. Like, if that's I gotta look more into that. Hypnosis bots. Yeah. All right. So I got the structure now for the build. Get started on that. Here we go. Got 1 and 2. There we go. Starting the build today. That's what I'm saying. If people could buy hypnosis bots and they worked, like I have no like. One time I met this woman that was like this like random woman I started talking to, and she was like a hypnosis person for like mindset. I didn't try it, but that's like the most I understand about hypnosis was from talking to her for like maybe 20 minutes about what she did for a living. But sounded like she made a good deal of money, and she she was saying because like I met her when I was in Las Vegas, and she was talking about how she had clients that were gamblers for days that were like trying to hypnotize themselves to be better gamblers. And I'm like, did that work? And she's like, kind of. She's like, there's way better ways to use it, but that's just where like the majority of her demand came from those people. But that was interesting. Yeah, hypnotize everyone. Like, I think something like that though would like if it worked. Like, oh man, people would be paying like $20 a month all day if there was like a library of hypnosis tools. See, like, and like when you get into, yeah, when you get into like I did not used to have like ideas like this all the time. That this is like a skill that I believe anybody can build. Just over time of just being like, being aware, paying attention to what other businesses do, that's really how I got into investing, like investing in individual stocks and stuff, because I would just do like a lot of market research on different companies, and I would start to understand, like, have like intuitions on trends of like what companies were going to do well in the future. And I started to get it, and I was like, dude, I just got to start betting on these companies. And it took me like maybe 2 to 3 years of like doing bad and making mistakes, but now I'm pretty consistent, and I'm pretty much on point with stocks and crypto for especially knowing when to buy at the right time and picking good companies. Like I remember um, telling you guys all in the stream basically about how I was buying Coinbase. I was like, yeah, I'm buying a ton of Coinbase right now, and I'm buying Nike, and Coinbase is up. I don't know how much more since I first was telling you guys that, but I was telling you guys that right when Coinbase like hit its bottom. I think it was around like 140, and it crashed from like it's been like going up and down. I started buying Coinbase when it was like $35, and then I was started selling it when it hit like 2 to 300, and now I started buying it again when it hit that like 140, and I think it's already back up to like 160 or something like that. But I think Coinbase is still good. But I think Coinbase is gonna be like for how big it is now. I think Coinbase is just gonna be like standard, like everybody has it. It's gonna be like the main crypto wallet, mostly because it's like the best security. I feel way better about at least like the trade doing the trading aspect. Like obviously having cold storage is like the best security. But that stuff like that's the crypto that like you just like buy and hold for a long time. But for like doing like trades and stuff, like just moving crypto around, like Coinbase, I think all day. And just looking at the market potential for crypto in the world, especially people in like third world countries where like the majority of population is, and they're like moving around small amounts of money, and they don't want to have like like large like money transfer fees and stuff like that. Yeah, crypto's major. Yeah, the TV is definitely I try to avoid TV. Like I try to only watch sports really is like the only thing I really watch on TV, especially try to avoid the news. But yeah, definitely TV's got so many people hypnotized, and yeah, I feel like it's not really providing value. It's more just trying to keep people like tuned into the TV and keep them consuming and wanting to buy more stuff that they don't need. But yeah, that's another thing with investing. I mean, you can like program yourself to like I don't want material stuff. I'd rather use money to make investments. So yeah, what about ETFs? You heard they're safer. Yeah, so ETFs. So that's like the general like ETFs are safer than stocks. But I mean ETFs are like a collection of different stocks. If the market goes up a ton or goes down a ton, all the stocks kind of move together. I think, and like even Warren Buffett says like diversification, because that's basically what ETFs are. It's like massive diversification because you're owning a ton of different stocks. But even Warren Buffett, like who's like known as like the most knowledgeable like investor, at least in America that I know of, he even says diversification is for like beginners, and like he does his research and he just goes all in on like whatever he thinks is like the best stock opportunity that he can find, and then he does that like at the right time, and then after it like goes up and he's got his money in, then he finds the next good opportunity and then he goes all in on that. So ETFs can be safer, but you're not learning. Like you're learning like when you're buying actual individual like companies and stuff, um you're learning a ton more. Like ETFs is really just like it's boring to me. It's super boring. And then also too, like think of it this way, like look at the past like just like 3 or 4 years, right? Um the top like 10 stocks that are in an ETF that probably make up like 30 to 50% of the weight for an ETF are going to be like Apple, Nvidia, Google, like Amazon, And if you would have just bought those 10 stocks instead of an ETF over the past like 3 to 4 years, you would have made like crazy more gains, because all those other stocks that are in the ETF that people say make it safer kind of weigh it down. And if the market crashes, the ETF is still going to crash too. And yeah, I think that's getting back to the build. Let's see, got the known risks, directory tree. All right. Probability of profit for complex spreads. Strike step rounding. IV clamp range. Alright, yeah, it's so smart. It's like getting in on like where the complex math might run into problems. Doing an audit on that, it looks like. Right. Going into Codex for the audit, giving it the prompt that I got from Claude. Do like an independent audit. Oh yeah, I'm gonna create the GitHub repository for this right now. Yeah, I saw some was doing some research on this new Perplexity computer. Essentially like I saw some people comparing it to like Claude Code, trying to see what it was capable of doing. And yeah, it seems like there's a lot of really interesting stuff. It seems like it's like the most expensive, like it burns through, like if you get a $200 a month Perplexity subscription, like you'll burn through it quick from what it looks like. But there was a lot of like it was going through websites and like being able to implement like SEO and marketing stuff, and like marketing is like my kind of like most like favorite area of business to like learn and stuff. Marketing psychology. All right, this is the option spread sage. Skip permissions on them so I don't have to approve each thing, and add GitHub so files are versioned. Any change can be reverted. I'm gonna have to copy and paste that into Gemini because that is over my head as a beginner. Skip permissions on. I'm not really sure what that means, so. I just got a helpful comment from somebody in regards to skipping permissions, and I don't really understand what they're saying. I'm just finished the first step of the build and just like started running the first audit on the first step, so I'm guessing it applies to that. But I'll paste here what they said, and I would like you to kind of explain more about what you think they mean. All the coding agents, Codex and Claude Code. Okay, yeah, I gotta look more into that. Definitely sounds helpful, but yeah, so Gemini is telling me about it right now. I'm just gonna give this prompt or find out first what it found. Um, got some high severity stuff. Whoa, three things. Usually it's just like one. Uh, got some math error stuff. All right, so Gemini is telling me that's like some speed hacks to make the stream move faster and the code safer. That sounds good to me. Um, since I'm just starting the audit to fix the loop, here's the breakdown. When I use Claude Code, it usually asks for your permission. Like every time it wants to run a terminal command. Oh, I see what, like I'm clicking yes every time. Okay. Oh, so like instead of at the beginning, when I say like when I just type Claude to open up Claude Code, I can do Claude allow all, and then it will basically like not ask me to check everything. For the most part, for the terminal, I think that's probably good, but for plan mode, I don't think I would want to do that because sometimes it tries to just like start building or like approve a plan that I haven't like checked over. But yeah, I think that I'm gonna start doing that for Claude. I'm gonna take a note. Claude allow all. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea for the terminal. Um, yeah, thanks a lot. Respect on that advice. I didn't even know. Someone mentioned something before about like I could do that, but it was like a different way that seemed more dangerous. But this looks like it's way safer to do it this way. Um, now the GitHub files being versioned. Uh, by having your code on GitHub, every time you push, you're creating a save point. Okay, for reverting. Oh, going back to like a previous save point if like something breaks or something. If Claude makes a mistake during an audit fix and breaks the whole app, you don't have to manually delete code. You can just revert to go back in time. Yep, I know about that. Um, and that's why I gotta remember because before I was just like waiting to the end of the build kind of to do the push to GitHub, but now I'm starting to remember earlier, and I gotta implement that into my workflow, into my I think Claude MD. From what I understand, I can just like put a rule in my Claude MD, say like every time I finish an audit after a step, that it just automatically pushes to the GitHub repo. So yeah, I was thinking about doing that soon anyway, but that makes it even like even better to understand how to do it. Um, and yeah, that is awesome to combine those things. I'm seeing why, because like when you combine them, then I don't have to click like okay, now push to GitHub. It'll just automatically do that. Make my workflow way better. Yeah, that is the next step. I'm glad that was actually I was gonna do the automatic GitHub push today, but then I thought because like this new project I'm doing seems like it's like a lot of extra stuff I'm not used to. I'm like, I better do that later. And I'm glad I did because now I'm gonna be able to do it way better. Like I like the advice you just gave me. Like it's essentially what I was gonna do, but like taking it up a level. Yeah, making the workflow better, like continual improvement, the Kaizen. Yup, Git and GitHub are easy to learn for basic stuff. Yeah. Um, I'm starting to see that. And Vercel too. Vercel, I tried a few different programs before Vercel, and Vercel is like way easier um in so many different ways than everything else I tried. But yeah, GitHub, there's still more I got to learn, but I'm starting to understand it better. So yeah, I'm gonna do one more audit on this first step, it looks like. Usually it doesn't find this much stuff after an audit, but I'll see if it finds more. Yep. No, I was always using GitHub. Um, I was talking about it. I was using different things other than Vercel. So I think I was first like starting with GitHub, and then I would like send it to Netlify, and then there was another one I tried too, but now I just use Vercel. But yeah, I always used GitHub from the start. That was like kind of the first thing. The how I like learned about vibe coding. One of my friends that is an entrepreneur was like, dude, you got to learn Claude Code. And I was like, I didn't really get it at first. I was kind of like, oh, whatever, I'll get to it. But then after him like saying that for like a month or two, and I remember he sent me his GitHub link, and I was like, what's this? I was like, what's GitHub? And it just had like all his projects on it, and I was like, oh, you just put everything on here and save it like that. I was like, that's awesome. And then I saw what he was building, and I was like, whoa, like this is some like next level stuff. Like I remember he was building like a competitor to Amazon that was like a bookseller that was like on the not on the regular internet, but what do you call it? Um I think some people call it the dark web, but it's like maybe something different than that. But basically it was like so people could like put books up that like this dude's like talking about like he's all into like the government and like dark money pools and stuff like that I just try to stay away from politics. But anyways, he was talking about like people want to write books that like Amazon won't allow because they don't want to like it's like they don't want to allow those kind of books out there. So he like created a whole website that runs off of like crypto and can't be taken down so that like I think essentially it was kind of for like whistleblowers to like put their story about stuff up that it couldn't be taken down. And I was like, dude, like I knew this guy didn't know anything about coding like before that. And I saw him making stuff like that. I was like, whoa, that's another level. Definitely not some like my kind of businesses that I want to build, but that really opened my mind to what's possible. All right, we got yeah, still found another high. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. The next Silk Road for books is basically what he built. Um, and then he built like a whole another like encryption tool to make it to like make that site, and it was like I was like, wow, man, like um, that's like next level. So super interesting. Sky's the limit of like what's gonna. I mean, yeah, I just look back at like 2 years ago where I was AI was compared to now, and thinking like where it's gonna be in 2 years from now, where vibe coding is gonna be in 2 years from now, like what's gonna be possible, and how we all have like such a huge head start. And even me, like I feel like I know like in my mind I'm like I'm getting on this super early. Like there's still pretty much every day someone in the chat's coming in like, what is vibe coding like? Like yesterday, the guy was like, "Do I have to be like a developer to vibe code?" And I'm like, "No, dude, I'm not. Like, I didn't know anything about it until like a month ago." And he was like, "Oh, like so, like a lot of people, it's still really new to people." And I look at like the YouTube videos on like vibe coding and people understanding the vibe coding tools, and like the most popular videos are getting like I don't know, like 20,000 to 50,000 views, and most of them are just getting like under 10,000 views. And I'm like, dude, I bet you in like a year, 2 years, this topic is going to just be like major, and it's just only going to get bigger and bigger. I think vibe coding is a trend that's going to just get like so much bigger. Um, just sent a link to a new GitHub repository to help with the AI workflow setup. All private message on Discord. Awesome, thanks. Yeah, I'll see if I can check that out while this is running right now. All right, that's enough audits for step one. I'm going to do the first GitHub push. I'm ready to do the first GitHub push. I'm going to paste the URL link that I got from creating the repository, and I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code to do the first push and commit to GitHub. Kai the man is back. You missed it, man. We were talking about some crazy business ideas for AI coding hypnosis tools. Um, yeah, man, don't worry too much about failing. I never, most entrepreneurs like don't do well in school in the school system. Um, like the best entrepreneurs all dropped out of college, like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. Like school system's more for like turning you into like an employee. But no, there's still it's still good to go do that stuff. But at the end of the day, I think the vibe coding knowledge that you have is going to be way more valuable than any math. So don't worry about that too much. But yeah, man, we had this idea. We were talking about because one dude's name is like Doctor Hypnos, and I thought that like he was a hypnotist. So and he was asking me about business ideas. I was like, dude, you could use like AI to make um hypnosis tools like to get people to like anything from like stop smoking, stop drinking to like um abundance mindset to make more money, uh whatever people go to hypnotists for. and just make a site that has like all these different like pre-programmed like hypnosis, self-hypnosis things. And that would be, if it worked, like that's money right there, I feel like. Okay. Um got the prompt for GitHub. Yeah, I think that's better than the idea I had. I feel like I came up with a good idea like 2 days ago or something that I was telling other people. Oh yeah, no, that was yesterday. Yeah, the tax. I was like telling people like because I made that tax thing for investors, and I was like, dude, I bet you that in the future, tax professionals are going to be like really not necessary because of AI. So like all these businesses that hire tax professionals, whether it's just to do their taxes, to audit their taxes, um, they're all going to have different specialized tax rules based on their field, based on what business they are. And if someone could design tools for like each different like business model that's like customized for their taxes, oh man, people would pay for that all day. Like, because the amount of money it would cost to them to like consult with a tax professional like every other day about questions and stuff, when they could have a tool that is just AI that they could just go ask questions to on like a daily basis. Like, should I like buy this new like vehicle for my business like right now based on where my like profit and loss statement is, and something they would have had to pay kind of like probably hourly like an attorney or something. That's another thing I think, but attorney like AI attorney type stuff. But I think a lot of people are already like working on that stuff. I bet you there's a lot of people working on the tax stuff too. But there's a ton of potential for that. All right, so now I got start. I did 1 and 2. Now I got 3 and 4. Building phases 3 and 4. So basically, this is a 10 phase build, and I'm gonna do it in 5 steps, 2 phases at a time, with the auditing as I go. Taxity is a good name. Yeah, so many ideas and only so much time. Let's stand up. So yeah, I think definitely tomorrow is going to be implement the allow all with the automatic GitHub push. Got the audit prompt from Claude. Giving it to Codex. Yeah, I wish I had a trampoline. Just jumping on the ground. Just get my energy up. Didn't really walk around too much today. Winter time. Got to keep moving. Yeah, I got oh man, I got this thing. It's like it's called the Indo board. And it's like a board that it like sits on like a wheel kind of thing, so you can like balance on the board. Dude, I haven't used that thing in like 2 years. I should like set that up for my for when I'm working. Yeah, I found a really good problem right here. Basically, I can see how this is like major that I found it. For like the simulation part of it where it like speeds up through time, that would have slowed it down a ton. I hear you, man. I think I only got like 3 hours of sleep last night because I had an early appointment, and I was just like working on stuff last night with for the YouTube channel. I was like setting up having Claude Code like create like a YouTube employee for me basically. So I can like use this to make clips and then like post other videos and stuff, and then I'll also do the same for other social media just for like my own personal brand. But yeah, there's just like so much. Like even though I'm like it's crazy because like I mean what I'm basically doing like every day for generating for like getting work done and creating an app, like just a couple years ago that would have taken like each day probably would have taken like if not 1 month like multiple months of work. But I'm moving like at a crazy speed that was not even possible a year or 2 years ago, and I still feel like I'm not getting enough done. Like I'm like behind on so much. And it's like I mean that's a good thing though. Like my mind's definitely like locked in and focused on what I'm doing, so I just keep on getting better until one day I'm like not even aware of like how much better I'm like way ahead of like I'm an expert basically. Yep, definitely keep studying different areas. That's definitely if anything like, good for your brain to like not just focus on like only vibe coding or like, only whatever. Um like some of the best things I ever created for like as far as business goes came like right after like a week of like taking a break and going snowboarding or something like that. And just like getting your taking your mind off stuff and like putting it into something else and then like coming back to something is like it helps your brain so much to just like be able to like switch to different areas. All right, yeah, I'm gonna do this one more prompt for like one more audit. Looks like I'm doing 2 audits per step, but this is so much more complex. It makes sense. Yeah, vibe coding itself, yeah, and especially if you get your workflow down right and get better at it, from what it looks like, you're just basically like, you know, pushing the button and then you can like automate everything. But it's all about, yeah, thinking and learning about what you're building and like knowing how to vibe it to make the right fixes. And yeah, if like I see a lot of people, like what they do is they just like, they come on with no idea what they're gonna do and they go in plan mode and then they like give it super generic instructions and then it builds something super generic and then they don't really even like test it and they have no idea how much better it could be. Got to use your mind. Brain power is the main power. Awesome. Yeah, didn't find anything this time, so do another push and commit. Making a video for the project or product. I heard I think it's called it starts with an R. There's like something that can like do videos now with vibe coding. I'm gonna look it up. I think it was Remotion. Yeah, have you heard of Remotion? It's make videos programmatically. Um Create real MP4 videos with React. Yeah, React and Remotion. If you haven't heard of those, um you've heard of it. Yeah, this seems to be like the best quality like vibe coding video kind of like application. I don't know if that's the right word, but yeah, I want to look into this more too. It's just on my like list of like 50 different like new tools I need to try that like just came out. Param Parameterize content, render server side, and build applications. That's cool. Yeah, if you try it, let me know. This is definitely, it looks like it's kind of like complicated, but probably just to learn it. And then like once you get it down, it's like super easy. Believe it's 5 and 6 now. Yep. This is going to be the spread architect. This is like programming how the spread builder is going to work for the option spreads. All right. Doing a sport while vibing. From the Midwest, Chicago, Milwaukee, Minneapolis. I've lived most places in America that are awesome. Um, right now, I'm with family in the Midwest. His family has some like medical issues, but usually right now I would be. Usually I spend February and March in the mountains for snowboarding, but this year in America it has been like the worst snow situation in my lifetime. After like 3 of the best years in a row in my life, I think it was like 3 years ago. It was like the 100-year storm. That was nuts, and it was from like Tahoe to Park City, right outside of Salt Lake City. And usually I don't go to Park City, but that year made an exception. Last year I was in Tahoe in January, and then like Vail, Keystone, Breckenridge in February and March. Um, then I usually like to in the spring and fall. I like to go out in the desert, whether like Moab or like Sedona. Um, like early winter time, I usually like to go to like maybe like Hawaii, somewhere in the islands for like surfing. Uh, but yeah, it's all about like I don't even feel like I live anywhere anymore. The thought of me like deciding to like move somewhere permanently and like live there forever, like that is not something my brain wants to do. I want to be like from traveling around a lot, I realize like nowhere is perfect all the time, but like everywhere has got like a certain time of the year that's just like awesome. So yeah, the US, I mean, there's cool stuff about it. Right now, I wish I'm actually considering, with all the political stuff going on and like the wars and stuff, and like I'm just sick of hearing about it. I'm doing my best to avoid the news, but it's like everywhere you go in the US, everybody's like talking about that kind of stuff, and I'm just so like trying to keep my mind off that stuff and trying to stay positive. But yeah, US is crazy right now. I've never seen it's like this before in my life. And yeah, I'm like looking at different countries to go to. Usually I stay in the US. Um just the older I get, the less I like doing like longer travels. But now I'm thinking it would be really nice to go somewhere where they have a totally different political system and I have no idea what they're talking about and I don't have to hear what's going on out here anymore. Yeah, the climate changes, man. Oh man. And like certain places you don't really notice it. Um Definitely being up in the mountains is where I notice it the most because I remember my whole lifetime like there was never one summer that like all the snow melted off the top of the mountains. Like even in the summertime, like I remember some years like certain like ski resorts would stay open till like 4th of July. And I think it was maybe like 3 years ago. First time in my life, like all the snow melted off the top of the mountain peaks. Everyone was like, no, we've never seen anything like this. This is not good. It caused massive droughts. That was the year before that crazy 100-year storm. that got like the most snow in 100 years. And I remember the year before, everyone was complaining how it was a drought and it was so dry and there was no water. And then the next year, they're like, "Oh, we got too much snow. Everything's gonna flood when it melts." And I'm like, I mean, yeah, these extremes are crazy going from like one end to the other, but like, I definitely would rather have way too much snow and have flooding and have extra water than the drought. But yeah, the someone who spends a lot of time in nature, like I definitely see it like more than a lot of people. All right, it found two medium. Go fixing it in Claude. Yeah, definitely trying to keep a balance too with like staying in shape and doing like tech stuff and like business stuff cuz I know like if I just spend all my time like working, sitting in the chair working and stuff, like I would have not good ideas. And definitely, like I was saying before, a lot of my best ideas come from either like being out in nature and like doing like sports that I love, um, or like right after doing that. So it's like definitely trying to keep that balance. But yeah, in the city, a lot of times the gym is like the only option. And that's like right now being in the city, I definitely started the climbing in the wintertime. Being in the Midwest, having all these lakes, started the lakes with maybe only like one or two good surfing days a year. Started the wing foiling, and that's another sport I want to go to Europe. From what I understand, Europe is like people do wing foiling way more than in America. America, like nobody does it. It's like a way bigger scene in Europe. All right, found one risk. That looks like a big deal, so I'm just gonna do one more audit prompt for this step. Might not find anything, but I think it's worth the extra 2 minutes. So if you're just joining up, welcome to the chat. Um, Respect every time. Hope you're doing good. What I'm building today is the option spread sage, and it is the wise mentor for your options journey. Essentially, it's like if you know what option spreads are, it's like an option spread simulator, like a flight simulator, but for option spreads, and it's kind of like a game. So essentially, you can like go back in time and pick a stock and make your like option spreads. And this is like option spreads are usually kind of built over a period of time. So like any current tool that would do this, that would be looking at like the live price of like stocks and stuff, it'd take you like, basically a month to like go through a month of time. But with this tool, you can like put in your trades, click the button, it'll take you to the next day, put in your next trades, click the button. So you can just like speed through the process, learn way quicker. It's going to teach people about all the different option spread. Well, maybe not all of them, but the main different option spreads, how to build them, um, what to watch out for, pretty much hopefully like anything someone would need to know, and process would like just massively speed up the process of learning. All right. Did find one medium, so I have to fix that. Did I ever try working with a database in one of the apps? Yes, I did. Um, one app had a database that was super simple. That was just it was like one of my game apps, and I added a feature that was like a high score leaderboard type thing, and they didn't have to create an account, but it was just like for keeping the scores. It was like a simple thing. I just had to click a button for Vercel, and the Vercel stored that data. But another one I did that had more complicated. What was that? That was just recently, maybe even this week. But I had to do. I made it so you had to create an account. Oh yeah, it was for that trade journal, because it had to track your trades over like at least 10 days to get you like customized um advice essentially. But that one I used learned about Supabase. So I don't know if you ever used Supabase, but that was definitely more difficult than I thought it would be to learn it, because essentially like they hooked it up like Claude wired it so like it went through Supabase to have people's like user data when they create an account and everything, but it's not able to go in Supabase and create the correct databases like with categories and everything that it needs. So it took me a while to figure out what was going on with that. Like, I was having all these errors, and it was because I wasn't like making the databases correct. And then I found out I had to go and like have Claude explain to me like how the database had to be structured, and then I had to like have Gemini create code for it to create the right kind of database. So once at first it was super difficult, but once I figured it out, I feel like if I do that stuff again in the future, um, it won't be so difficult. All right. Yeah, Superbase was good. Like I was surprised, and it didn't like I didn't have to pay anything, so it definitely helped a ton. And I see a lot of more potential in it for future projects. All right, so now I just did. Oh yeah, push and commit to GitHub, and I'm on steps. Just did 5 and 6. Now I'm on the pilot, the gauges, the dashboard. Okay, so this is where it's going to be like when you like speed up time, the like theta, the Greek gauges, the theta, the delta, and can't remember the other one. I think the vega. Those are gonna like be programmed on these next steps. Basically, the game element of the app turns the math into a survival challenge. Awesome. Oh, next time for a database, try Prisma ORM, Neon DB. I feel like I used Neon before, but I didn't have to do anything. Like it just automatically like wired it for me. Maybe that was, I think Neon might have been what I used through Vercel. So it sounds like Prisma is going to be easier to use than Supabase. So I'm gonna take a note down for it will enhance very powerful features in the app. So I definitely got to take a note down to learn that one. Okay, Prisma ORM Neon DB. Awesome. All right, so now I got 7 and 8. 2 steps left. Oh, okay, so like Prisma is more like I'm building the database while I'm doing the coding, like through the process, and like Superbase is like something that back end, so I'm not really like doing it until after I'm done building. End goal is the same, just different tools, different ways to get there. Yeah, I gotta like try out all the different tools. Definitely I noticed like it's not like one size fits all. Like some tools, some people like better than others. So just kind of like seeing what works best with my like workflow and just trying everything out there and keeping the best and leaving the rest. Yeah, I definitely whatever the next database app I build. I know for like the central hub, that's definitely need like a good database. So I should definitely do the research on that before I start building that for like which database I should use because that's going to be I'm guessing it's probably not the easiest thing to do to like build out a database and then like switch to a different database. So better to better that I know from the start which the best database for me is. So the question, any setup for the local staging environment? I gotta look that up because as a beginner, I feel like I probably know what it is, but just not by that name. Uh, in regards to vibe coding, what is the local staging environment? Computer's pre-flight area, place where the code sits after I built it, but before I've officially saved it to the GitHub history. Uh, like a loading dock. So really, I guess every So it's like the environment where I keep the code before I push it to GitHub. And like so far, um my first phase of this journey is 30 apps in 30 days, and I've completed every single app by like the end of the session, at least like an MVP version of it. So I've never started building something and then like left and like started back up the next day without it being completed and already pushed to GitHub. But I'm sure when I start building like bigger things like the hub and websites and business systems, that I'm gonna have to understand this more. So it sounds like I want to use a local staging environment to ensure that the version of whatever I'm working on that the world sees on GitHub is the polished version, not the buggy first draft. Okay. So it sounds like what I need to be doing is just basically making sure that I'm pushing over to GitHub at the right time. So I just leave it on GitHub. Um, if that, I think that would answer your question, but I'm not sure. All right, we found another high risk. Settle trade settles every open trade using one shared current price argument. Store only keeps ticker string. Okay. Yeah, if people are trying to switch tickers, like definitely it shouldn't be doing that anyway, but beginners probably would not understand that, and it could lead them down the wrong direction. So good thing I caught that. And then stuff, if they're like trying to close a trade early, it might give them wrong info based on how the math was. So yeah, it's finding major things. And I'm glad that like these audits are picking up on like the bigger potential problems, because the smaller ones are so easy to fix at where I'm at now. Um, so like basically I could run my own local live server and test the live app first before committing anything into live production. Oh, okay. Kind of like in the cloud, I guess is what you're saying. Cause like it's that would be different than the like a regular local server, I guess. And like from what I understand, that's how I'm gonna set up my business systems. Like my AI employees and stuff that I make is they'll just like be in the cloud, and they'll just run the business through the cloud. Essentially, it'll be like, because like most people, from what I understand right now, are using like OpenClaw to do like business running systems, but I want to make like way more better customized versions and that run in the cloud instead of like how OpenClaw would run like on a. I think that would run on the server, but it would basically like run on your computer. 4% until auto compact. See, these bigger builds are. This looks like the first time I'm gonna have to auto compact the terminal before the build is done. I've only got one step left, but yeah, now I know it's time to upgrade my workflow to do multiple terminal windows for the build, so that I'll just build different parts, and I could even do it at the same time, I think. So that way I'm avoiding the auto compact. Oh, okay. To like have the, yup. So I have the local browser, and I might as well just do that after this step. I've I used to do that like after every step to see where it was at. But the more I build, the more I just like have gotten used to just waiting till the end of the build to check it all out. But yeah, I'll just do it. Why not? I'll do it when this step is done, or when the audit for this step is done. I'm wondering about this auto compact too. All right, so with my new flow, I've got the Claude terminal doing the build, and it looks like this is the first time I've gotten close to having to auto compact during a build. So right now it's showing that I'm at 3% left to auto compact. I do remember you said before I should try to auto compact around like 60%, but I didn't see it until it was already like maybe 15% until auto compact. So essentially I've got phases 9 and 10 left to build. Um do you think I should auto compact after the phases I'm building right now are done if it hasn't done it automatically already? I was just talking to Gemini about understanding context and auto compact. So right now I'm seeing 3% left. I'm right on the edge. Claude usually triggers an automatic compact when it hits 0, but doing it manually is a much smoother vibe coding move. And it's saying the last two phases are context heavy steps. Claude needs to remember all the math from phase 2 and the UI from phase 5 to translate them correctly. If I let it auto compact mid build, it might blink and lose the thread of what it was just doing. That's good to know. All right, so saying don't wait for the auto trigger. Here's why. Prevent the lag spike. When it hits 0%, the terminal might hang for 10 to 20 seconds while it compresses. Doing it now between phases keeps the stream moving smoothly. Clean slate for the translator. It's all about labels and tooltips. You want Claude's short-term memory to be fresh so it doesn't hallucinate old variable names from phase 1. If I compact now, I ensure the final push for the project is handled by a clean version. That's good to know. Alright, that's what I'm going to do then. Just looking at the known risks of this audit report. I'm looking at the chat. If I want to do the do what I was talking about in a cloud environment, I should look into VM. Google has free tier virtual machines. Yup, and also I got like a free $300 credit with Google that's just sitting there waiting for me to use. So that's like helping me motivated to get it done sooner than later. And I'm thinking that the Google virtual machine is the same thing of what I was talking about, but I'm gonna take a note down just to double check it later. Yeah, gotta compact my notes. Man, I'm like every stream I'm getting like at least like 20 good notes of like things to like new things to try and new tools and everything, and it's awesome. It's definitely like I feel like if I had done this what I'm trying to do right now and not done it on stream, I would be so far behind to where I'm right now just because everyone helps me so much in the chat. Yeah, really definitely massive respect. Every time I see people helping, I'm just like, man, I made the right choice doing this build. And it all comes back. It's like the abundance mindset. Like the more value I provide to people in the chat, then that value comes back. All right. So what did find? Found one high. Right. All right. So this being the first project that I did with my new workflow, where I'm only doing the build in the terminal. That I hit the context window full. I'm wondering like if I were to do this again, knowing what I know now, what would be the best like way to prevent losing or like filling up the entire context and hopefully even staying under like 70%. From what I understand, it would maybe be to like open multiple terminals and then do different parts of the build in different terminals so that they like keep the context. The only thing with that is like I wouldn't know like which parts to build because I'd be worried about um writing to the same files at the same time, and from what I understand that causes errors. So let me know what you think so I can plan better in the future when I have more bigger projects not to run out of context. Trying to keep it as professional as possible, just getting some advice from Gemini. Build in the terminal without having to see the app. Yo, that's basically what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I should be like, especially these bigger projects, I should be probably checking out the local browser or whatever. It's a common rite of passage for AI first developers to hit that wall in 2026, even with the massive context windows in Claude Code. A full stack build generates a mountain of hidden data, file reads, terminal outputs, and linter errors that fills the buffer faster than the actual code does. Opening multiple terminals won't solve the problem. In fact, it usually makes it worse. That's good to know. Each terminal is a separate brain that doesn't know what the other is doing. Terminal A writes the math engine and Terminal B tries to write the UI. Terminal B will error out because it doesn't see the math files yet. Here's the professional vibe coder strategy for staying under 70% context on big builds. Yeah, you're seeing everything. Basically what I have is like I have two different versions for my stream, the code, and then I'll switch it right now to the browser. So like I got the browser open with the project I made yesterday. And essentially when this one, since I've only got this one step left, when this one is done, I'll switch back to the browser and then put in the local address so I can test it out live on the stream. But yeah, other than that, I've just got like other stuff like my LLMs that I talk to for like advice during the build, and I think I'm gonna start putting that stuff on the stream too. Um, Okay, cool. I just did this. It's giving me more. Just known risks are low now, so I'm not going to do another prompt. I'm going to start with the last two phases. It's like the last build step right here, getting close. So build phase 9 and 10. Build phases 9 and 10. Yep, and then I'll do the npm run dev. I just feel like for right now, I would have just built it didn't make much sense because this last phase is like the vibe, polish and safety. So, but yeah, why do you guys as programmers like what's your main train of thought based on like checking your local server like partway through the build? Like, are you just like looking to see to make sure everything looks good so far? Are you actually like looking for errors that early? Um, because I was kind of doing that before, and I felt like it was like slowing down my flow. And now I feel like I just want to like build the whole thing and then open it up and then like go through and then like see how it works and then like vibe it from there to make it better. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's like really good reasons that I should be um for like professional programming kind of logic that I should be checking the site that I'm building like in between each step that I just don't understand. So yeah, it sounds like when you start a project, you always run dev setup to see live changes. Okay, so that's pretty common. It must be with professional coders that they do that as part of their process. So I should start or not start, but go back to doing it like that instead of just like building the whole thing like this. Um, I'm gonna take a note for that. All right, and then oh yeah, I was looking at instead of one long conversation for the whole project for context, treat each phase as a fresh start. After you finish a phase and successfully push to GitHub, exit Claude Code completely. And then when I restart, Claude reads the Claude MD and the existing files. It knows the project structure but forgets the 500 lines of terminal errors from the previous hour. This instantly resets your context to nearly 100% available. Okay. And then they're saying don't wait till it's like 3% to do the compact. Run compact manually after every major successful build step, but before starting the UI. Forces Claude to summarize the story so far and delete the scaffolding thoughts it doesn't need anymore. Think of it like clearing the cache on your browser. That's good to know. Good to see yeah, Kai's giving me like his advice on that. Good to see like different people have kind of different mindsets on that. And like for what it sounds like for what I'm building right now, it's that big, not that big of a deal. But like if I was building like the whole hub and the whole project, I'd want to be doing that in between each step. Um, and like another person's saying like they have OCD when it comes to design. Yeah, I have that for like the planning phase of everything. Uh, so you always ensure to set up Tailwind token and get the styles right. AI loves to drift and hallucinate when implementing consistent style. That's good to know because I've only been building MVPs so far, and I have not really been focusing on the design. So I know when I do my actual like phase 2 coming up soon, and I'm like building the actual first product, um, design's going to be super important. So maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for like one of my next builds. I'll build like, like this is like a really high functional app. I'll build an app that's like maybe more simplistic, but just focus on the design so I can start to get a better understanding of how to code design. So let's see. So with the context stuff, there's a get ignore trick. Claude Code spends a huge amount of context reading things it shouldn't. Ensure the get ignore or a Claude ignore file is set up early. If Claude isn't constantly indexing node modules or dist folders, saves massive amounts of vision tokens. Okay. I feel like I always set up that get ignore like right away anyway, so um direct file targeting. When I give Claude a prompt, tell it exactly which files to look at. Instead of saying fix the UI, say refactor SRC components. Okay. Yeah, there's a ton here that will take me to the next level of context. I was like, when I was just using plan mode and then like going straight to the build in the same window, I was compacting like it would like auto compact like I don't know, at least like 3 times every build, and I would get so many bugs, and I would just do the whole thing at once and then do one audit at the end. And so now I switched to this workflow, but now I'm seeing how this workflow is already getting outdated, that I'm doing bigger builds, that I'm starting to go over the context for the first time. So I gotta try to keep it professional, and sounds like the main thing I want to be doing is clarify where to compact and when to exit Claude completely. Yeah, you guys definitely understand this better than me. Definitely, like I only knew there was a get ignore. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing Claude ignore, and I did not know that Claude loads up the node modules either. I don't know too much about node modules. I just know very basic. I should do more research on that. All right, definitely time to sit down. Node module is a massive black hole in the project. That does not sound good. You can see it at the root of the project. Okay, so I'm hearing you when you're saying like sometimes I should be compacting a conversation, and then other times I should be basically like shutting Claude down and restarting it. I'm still not 100% clear on when I should be doing that, and I'm just mainly thinking about this now because I think it won't be long before I'm going to be like building like way more complex projects, and I want to make sure that like I'm understanding the most professional way to do this for preserving context, because it sounds like context is one of the most important things, especially when I get into bigger builds. All right. Oh, the node is where all the libraries and dependencies are stored. Okay, that makes way more sense. Um, compact after each phase sounds like, yep, it's like that C or slash compact command basically. So I'm wondering why they're telling me that I like sometimes I should. I'm about to read what Gemini is saying about that now. Why sometimes I should compact and sometimes I should restart. It's saying think of it like a dry erase board. Compact is like wiping the board but leaving the outline, and restarting is like getting a brand new bigger board. Okay. Um, After every minor task, like fixed a bug, added one small component, I should compact. Keeps the short-term memory tidy. Tells Claude forget the 10 failed attempts at this CSS. Just remember the final solution. And for restarting this session, after every major phase, like phase 2 math is done and pushed to GitHub. Okay. Completely clears the hidden junk. When Claude restarts, it reads your files fresh. It's the single best way to prevent hallucinations in big builds. That makes way more sense. That helps me understand it more too. Your analogy is way better than this Gemini's analogies, definitely. And now the main thing I'm wondering is like, it's like if I'm still under like 50% context, like, should I really be compacting? Most professional way to handle a massive build like a 10 phase app is to use GitHub as a long term memory. Build phase 1, audit fix, push to GitHub, exit Claude Code, restart Claude Code. Oh, okay. I'm doing most of that stuff already, but now, yeah, understand how to make it better. Um, should definitely update my building system process with this kind of information. So yeah, staying under 80% is the best to avoid hallucination. So that's what I'm thinking. It's like, if I'm doing a step and I'm still like under like 20% context, then it doesn't sound like it's really necessary. It sounds like only if I'm like doing a step and like I'm actually getting past like 50%. Um, All right, last audit. Only one, or no, three low known risks. See what Codex finds. So if I'm building something and I finish a step and you know, let's say I've only gone through like 10% of the context and I still have like 90% left. Is it still like professional best practice to compact even if the context is like really low? No, you shouldn't compact. If you're only at 10% and have 90% of the room left, compacting is actually a bit of a disadvantage. That's what I was thinking. Starting to understand this way better. Um, as long as I'm under like 40%, Claude has high resolution memory. It remembers the exact variable names I just typed in, the specific way I styled the button 5 minutes ago, and the tiny logic tweaks I made in the last file. That would force Claude to summarize that detailed memory in a Cliff Notes version. It might lose the nuance of why I chose a specific color or how a certain function handles the edge case. Use high resolution memory to fly through as many steps as I can basically before I get to like to where I want to do that. Okay. Um yeah, that makes sense. Not to do it like every step like they say, especially at the early stages. We just kind of watch it. It's saying like green 0 to 50% used, do nothing, keep building. Enjoy the speed and the fact that Claude just gets it without having to re-explain anything. Yellow is like 50% to 75%. Then I should manually compact. Done enough work that the clutter, the terminal errors, and the old file reads is starting to pile up, but I still have enough room for a high quality summary. And then like 75% or more, I shouldn't even like really let it get to that point. Okay, that makes way more sense. Um, yeah, we found too high. That's good. How would I check the context level when it's not showing it to me? Because usually it only starts showing it to me when I've got like maybe like 15% left. Pretty sure I asked it this before and it like told me the right answer one time, but dash stats. I think that's it. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, I'm just getting done. I'm on the last step of the build. Doing the last audit fix, and then I'm gonna push it to GitHub and do the npm run dev. I'm doing an app called Option Spread Sage, and essentially it's like teaching people how to do option spreads, and it's like a gamified way to learn option spreads that you can like learn rapidly. Most games would have you learning in time to where basically you're like you know, going with real time. So if you want like a month of like learning experience, it's going to take you a month to get there. but this game will make it so that like you can go through a month time like a simulator. It's like a flight simulator for like option spreads, and you can go through that in like however quick you want it to be, maybe like 10 or 15 minutes. But yeah, this is I think a very valuable tool. I think it's going to provide a lot of value to a lot of people, and including myself, because I'm not. Options is one thing I've never really like I've learned a lot about it, but I've never really like done too much with options, and I've been interested in learning more about option spreads. So this I think this will give me a very good idea. All right, known risks are low, so I'm not going to do another audit. Wondering too if I should do like one audit at the end. So like my current workflow is where I'm like building, a step and then I audit that step. And now I'm at the end of the build and I'm wondering, is the professional way to do another like full audit of the full project? Or do you think that's not necessary since I've been auditing each step? In a professional vibe coding workflow, the final audit isn't about rechecking the logic I already verified, it's about checking the connections. Okay, think of it like building a plane. I've audited the engine, the wings, and the landing gear separately. The final audit is making sure the engine actually talks to the pilot. Even if each phase is perfect, the integration drift can happen. A final high level sweep looks for three things: redundant code, state logic conflicts, global UI consistency. You don't need to spend hours on this. Use the integration audit prompt once phases 9 and 10 are pushed. Awesome. I'm going to hit npm run dev first. Actually, check it out. Feel like I want to make it perfect before I check it out, but no, I got to start checking it out earlier. See it as I go. And it'll give me a local brand new local host number. Let's see what I got. Here we go. Oh man. Didn't work. 5173. Yep, that's right. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is run this audit. I should push to GitHub. Yep, everything is built. That's another reason I can see why I should be checking the local host throughout the build. Because if something like this happens, which usually it doesn't, then that way I would know earlier and be able to catch it earlier and not have to figure it out at the very end when I'm like super hyped on seeing what I built. All right, so before I started that audit, I checked the first time the local host. Um, I did npm run dev. They gave me the local host address, and I checked it out, and it's just a white screen with an error message. So when I have this happen, do you think the best thing to do is to tell Claude Code in the chat window, like under plan mode, that it's doing that, and just have it figure out what's going on? Perfect moment to apply the senior exit and use the act mode power of Claude Code. White screen usually means a JavaScript runtime error. The code is valid enough to compile, but it's crashing the moment the browser tries to run it. Since I'm at the very end of a build, here's the professional way to handle this so I don't waste time guessing. Plan mode is for architecture, don't use it for bugs. For white screen, I want act mode. Okay. I want Claude to actually see the error, run its own commands, and fix the files. Okay. I want to get a prompt to fix this integration thing that I found. Can you create a new prompt that I can give to Claude so it can fix the problems that you just found? See if Codex can do that. I've never asked it to do that before. I guess I do through the, oh yeah, that was easy. Guess I do through the Claude MD. All right. Yep, still getting site cannot be reached on the local host. So once it's done doing this last step, I'm going to give this prompt to, what mode did they say? Act mode. Okay. Oh yeah, I can just take a screenshot. Yeah, thanks in the comments. Yeah, I should just take a screenshot of the browser, and then I don't even have to like give it the prompts. That's awesome. I got some good advice from someone saying that I could take a screenshot of the browser console and just send that to Claude, and then it would be able to see the error message. I forgot, what is that command to get the browser console? All right, just took that screenshot. So close. All right. Try it one more time after this audit. Maybe it automatically fixed it. If not, I got the screenshot ready and I just got to tell it what's going on. But yeah, why not try npm run dev, see if it fixed something. 5174. Nope, still broken. Okay. I'm getting a white screen on the local host. Here is a screenshot of the browser console error. Based on this, please fix the breaking code and options spread sage. All right, trying something new. Never put in these screenshots before. Problem is clear. Yes, sir, I found it. Well, It's telling me I found it. I'll see what happens. All files exist. It's checking the node modules exist and try to build to see the actual errors. Build succeeds with 0 errors. It was not a code bug. It's a Chrome browser error that happens when I navigate to localhost 5173 from a Chrome error page, like when I previously visited a URL that failed. Interesting. So there's nothing wrong with the build. It was because the page I had on there was failed when I put it in. I had no idea that would, now I know. Open a fresh Chrome tab. Okay. I see. Yeah, alright. Just gotta get it right on the browser. It is already. Awesome. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Got it. This is it. Okay. Kind of wish this stuff was at the bottom, but that's fine. Oh, you can pick like what kind of scenario you want to trade. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Okay. I'm gonna start with the bull rally. Let's do the Nvidia bull rally. Um, place your first trade above. Oh, I see. Whoa, yeah, as soon as I click that, it's showing me so much. Wow. This one is way, like, I knew this one was going to be something else when it comes to, like, being complex, but, yeah, this has got a ton going on. Um, wow. So essentially, like, I'm guessing how it works. I want to go back to the start. But like, here's kind of a flaw. See, since I know it's going to be a bull rally, I'd obviously want to put in the bull call spread. But either way, this is going to give so much value for like figuring this stuff out quicker for free. Yeah, this is awesome. Then you got like, so like this right here is like the picture of what these different spreads look like. Yup, that's it's called building blind. That's what I did. And lucky for me it worked. But yeah, I should definitely be checking it out. And oh yeah, I'm gonna push to GitHub real quick. Yeah, so like I can click, I'm thinking each one of these I click, it's gonna show me, yeah, this is like, and then when I start the price, well, actually I don't want to do a bear spread for, it's like there's the Iron Condor, and this will give you a better idea of like which spreads to use for like which market scenario you think is going on. Wow. So for this, I'd either want a bull call spread or a bull put credit spread. And it's showing me like the bottom line for each one. Even win chances. Wow. And I can, looks like I can even stack these spreads on top of each other. So yeah, now I'll try it. I'm hitting play. It's moving through one day at a time. And I'll pause it after like 3 days. And it's showing me like where I'm at as far as in the money. How the time decay is working. Different risk gauges. There is so much going on here. I feel like I gotta spend like 2 days just to like learn this tool. No, not 2 days, probably like 4 hours or something. But I mean, to learn this like in real time without this tool, this would take like weeks. I feel like if not months. All right, so I'm gonna keep playing through. So I can either do it like that, so it automatically moves through the day. What are they talking about? They told me this is a bull rally. Oh, I missed something. Okay. And it gives those warning messages. Because, yeah, I totally thought this was in a bull rally and it was going to go up, but it starts going down. So, definitely something's up with that. So, yeah, I'm like already at like the bottom. That's why that got triggered because I'm hitting like the bottom range. And 2 days remaining until expiration. Made a bad trade there. Okay. So like that trade is done, and I lost like 1,126 out of the 10,000. So let's say I start from here with a new trade. I'm gonna try this one this time. Just do it automatic, step forward one day. Yeah, this is not a bull run. Still got 26 days left for it to turn around. But I try adding some spreads on top of spreads. Wow. Complete crash out. Glad it's the demo, right? Yeah, I need to let it know. That's the first thing I noticed. Like it's saying bull rally, and this is not a bull rally. So, um, but on one hand too, I was like, if people know what it's gonna be, but for beginners it makes sense. People know what it's gonna be, then they know exactly which option to place. But in the real world, you don't know. You have to make an educated guess. Now it comes back up, but still definitely not a bull rally. Yeah. Okay. I gotta go back into Claude. If anything, I'm super tired, but if anything, I want to fix is this part of it. So I'm gonna vibe this fix real quick, or who knows how long it'll take, but that's the main thing to vibe. Actually, I want to try bear crash. Like, let me try the sideways. That'll be super easy to know. Iron condor or butterfly. Yeah, butterfly for sideways. So sideways. No, that's not sideways. Not sideways at all. Okay. I'll check bear crash. That one is right. Gradual decay, kind of right. But yeah, the main thing is bull rally. This is not a bull rally. Maybe I'll try a different stock. Let's try bull rally and Apple. How about Microsoft? Yep, that's not a bull rally. Okay, so something's wrong with that. I'm gonna go back to the code and gonna vibe code this fix real quick. Or I keep saying real quick, but every time I try to guess how long something's gonna take, I end up totally being wrong. So yeah, finish the GitHub push. So basically, I'm gonna tell it like the option to select bull rally bear crash. Okay. Sideways seemed like it was right. No, not even that. They're all just like the same, like bear market. So I see. Okay. Okay, so the first problem I noticed is that on the top where you can select whether it's like a bull market or a market or a sideways chop. I thought that was supposed to be like, when you select that, like if you select a bull market, then the price would be going up, bear market price would be going down, sideways chop, the price would be moving sideways throughout the whole month-long simulation. But what I found is that after searching a few different stocks, um, it all seems to really not follow what that is set to. So essentially, like I hit bull market, I selected that, but the price went down a ton. Or I selected sideways chop and the price just ended up going down a ton over the month. And essentially, like on one hand, when people are buying like in real life and reality, they're not going to know how the market is going, so they just got to take their guess. But in this game, like it's not the current time frame that they're placing trades on. It's a random time frame. So like in the sake for beginners and learning, they should be able to like click on what kind of market they want to trade, and the market should respond accordingly to what they click on, and it's not doing that. Yeah. Well, like I always say, basically, got to be thankful for the problems because solving the problems ended up teaching me the most. Seeing where things fail teaches me a ton, and at the end of the day, yeah, I need to get my like build process automated better so it's quicker because I definitely like doing this vibe coding stuff way more. So I can gradually like, get the build time like down quicker, build something quick, and then spend more time on the actual like vibe coding part of it. They found the cause. The geometric Brownian motion model is mathematically correct but terrible for a learning simulator. Bull rally drift 0.116 or 16% per day, but daily random noise. Oh, okay. I think what they're saying is they're like it's in a bull rally, but they're putting in a random spot, so the noise could be like, oh yeah, definitely. Random noise is 17% larger than the drift, so a bull market can easily go down purely by chance. Yeah, okay, so it didn't consider that from the start. For a teaching tool, beginners need to clearly see the scenario they selected. Replace pure GBM with a trend plus noise model where the scenario trend is dominant and noise is cosmetic. Okay. So I'm thinking it won't be like an actual past price movement, but it'll be an accurate price movement based on what the person's trying to learn. Cause yeah, if it's just going crazy with like noise and it's like diverting a ton, I mean that could be like part of Nvidia's bull market. It would just happen to randomly fall on a part where it was like a downtrend during the overall like bigger bull trend. Because a month of time on like a multi-year bull market can easily do that. So yeah, definitely finding that in this kind of case I should not use that whatever they call it, GBM or something like that. Yeah, okay. Here's what changed. Saying it should be alright. npm run dev. Let me see if I even have to refresh this. An iron condor. Okay, so now here's another thing. Like, I'm in the money. Should be, yeah. So I'm in the money at this trade. And it's saying there's 1 day left. So then how do I like sell it? It doesn't automatically. Huh. Alright, another vibe thing to figure out. Okay, so basically, I did a 30 days on a Iron Condor spread, and I was in the money, and then I got the error message on the day before the last day saying the option was about to expire, and I don't really see anywhere to like sell the option, because essentially, from what I understand, like there might be times where I'd want to sell it before the option expires, and it looks like I can only buy options, but I can't sell them on here. Do a check. Let me know if I'm right or if I'm missing something. Yeah, more water. Yeah, so they made the function to close a trade, but there's no UI button to call it. Okay. Should be a simple fix. 0 errors. All right. Got bull rally. Let's try the bull rally again. No, bull call spread looks like it's got more potential for profit. So I'm gonna do this one. Yeah, now that makes way more sense to have the closed position on the actual trade. So I could do like multiple spreads, I think now. Yep. And the cost reflect the different trades. Okay. And if I click on this, it should show. That's the only thing is like, is it updating? So if I like buy more of these, then it should update the diagram. We'll see what happens. Oh, those all expired. Oh, that was like 38 days. Oh, okay. This is more than 30 days. I thought this was just 30 days. Okay. So now I could place in new ones. Yeah. Ten days left, 5 days left. So like closes. Then it automatically closes when it hits the thing. Okay. Yeah, I think for the most part, like I caught the like major things, I think. And just try like added Coinbase. It knows I always do that one. But Coinbase doesn't have that much history. So maybe that's not the best one to try. Nvidia. Do this time I'll do call it bear crash. Five days left. So if I let it go, so if I leave it one more day, let's see the difference. Okay. Daily time decay is only 37 cents. Wow. Yeah, there's so much like I feel like that's kind of like all I could find from like kind of a first couple runs through this. But yeah, I think this will like I don't know of any other tool like this. This is really like money. There's of course like paper trading tools, but yeah, like I was saying, they're not gonna be, a full month going through that quick. So this is something else. This is awesome. Um, wow. As much as I want to keep playing it, um, kind of tired, so I'm going to push this to our start of the Vercel. Yeah, definitely running off lack of sleep today, so get to bed early tonight, get well rested again so I can do something bigger and better tomorrow. Add new project. No environment variables this time. Awesome. And this is like a really, really cool tool for not needing an API key. Um, Showing me that like I feel like I've done like after doing this and realizing I don't need an API. I feel like there's stuff I could have made in the past that it like recommended I use an API where I actually like didn't really need it. But now I know. All right, refresh, find the, here we go, analytics, enable, enable, copy the code, put it into Gemini. I just set this up on Vercel, and I also enabled analytics. I got a piece of code. I'm gonna paste it here, and I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Claude that it will make sure that everything is good with Vercel and the analytics. Yeah, my dictation does not want to like certain words like Vercel, just like never works. Definitely a marathon, not a sprint. Respect. That's the right mindset. And yeah, I mean API like this one I don't need real data. And I feel like a lot of these tools where I was like feeling like I needed real data, I really didn't. Um some of them I definitely did, but like I bet you if I went back then I could find definitely some apps where I like hooked up APIs that it was like not necessary. But yeah, now I know. Definitely learning a lot today too. Got the prompt. Yeah, this one was really fun when I got to see it for the first time because I knew like it was fun to plan. Um my vision got like way bigger planning it, seeing like way more than like I feel like only half of it was like my original vision. Like it was gonna be way simpler than this and it wasn't really even like a game. But yeah, gamifying this one was like money. Um there's a ton of potential on this one. I don't even see like a lot of the other tools I made, like I was like, oh, I see a ton of ways to make this better, but this one, I mean, I think this one pretty much already does everything. Can't really think of anything to add to this really that would make it better. Like it just does like everything I wanted to do and more. So, yeah, I'm really happy with this build. I'm really happy with like the direction this is going and like even though like I probably could have like built this, you know, 20 days ago, I wouldn't have had the understanding that this was possible. Like my brain would not have even worked in a way that would have like understood what was possible to build with Claude, that this would even been in like the range of something that it could build. And just doing all these builds and finances just like built my brain up of like what's all possible and like what could I build. And yeah, it's more like I'm seeing there's like a threshold where like you can only get so good at vibe coding and developing to where like the ideas you have really are like what's going to take you from like, being a good coder to an expert coder. All right, now push to GitHub. Yeah. You're back to the comments. Um, Waiting for the end of phase one to see all the beginning for phase two. The planning, the goals, the setup, learning tons of new things to move on. Same here. Um, in a way, I want to skip to phase two right now, but I mean, I'm so close. I've got like 3 more days to go, and I'm still definitely like learning a ton. Every new build I make, not just with like what I can build, but with getting my workflow better. So I know these like last 3 days of builds are gonna be helpful to get my workflow and everything, and my skills up. But yeah, phase two, oh man, I feel like that's really gonna be like a lot more fun, I think. It's gonna be like making the first real product that like, these are just MVPs, but that's gonna be like something I'm building like legit, like it's gotta be like on point, security, everything like that. UI's gotta be good. A lot of stuff I haven't really had to like get too much into, and this next phase two is going to be really like what's going to generate the income, and yeah, this is money. Waiting for the moment that I'm going to buy code, algo trading bot, and running back testing on different strategies and trying to optimize things. Yes, that is. I'm not like that's like as far as like looking forward, like that's down the line, but like I see it, but I don't see how it's gonna work yet. But I think kind of what I'm looking at is like I want to be able to program it so like the hub that I make is like what programs it. So like by a person going through the hub and like trying everything in the hub, I could wire the hub up so that it like creates a profile on a user to make like the best optimized trading bot based on like what they understand, where their strengths and weaknesses are, what they enjoy doing, what they don't enjoy doing. But I just want to make this like as interactive as possible. And trading bot definitely is like definitely seems like the highest level like for understanding for financial tools. And plus I would have to guess, if I had to guess from like looking at like what people are watching on YouTube as far as like trading tools, they're all trying to like understand how to build trading bots and stuff, and most of them are like having like the open claw do it. Most of them don't seem to be like wiring up like custom Claude Code or any kind of code created trading bots. They're all just like, giving some skills to OpenClaw and like giving it a few directions and just having it run and create something. But like, I mean, that's kind of fun, but like, I feel like people should want to have trading bots based on where they are as a trader, because then they'll learn from that. And then they'll learn like where they're, like, okay, like this bot didn't work because of like this thing. And they probably wouldn't even pick up on that if they just had OpenClaw build them some like random algorithm that only OpenClaw understands. So yeah, I've got a lot of good ideas for that. Um, and then remember to use the screenshot so I can almost steal everything I see on the internet for building the app. Yeah, from what I understand, that's especially like UI. I've seen a lot of people on YouTube where they'll do their UI builds and they'll just like put in a screenshot from a different app. And most of them, they're not like just copy this exactly, but most of them are like, take this style from this and this style from another thing, and just using a variation to create their own style. But yeah, this is awesome. This tool is really cool. Feel like I'm just getting started. Got a long way to go, but I know that I'll be there, and it's just a matter of time. But the journey's really gonna be looking back. I know when I'm done with this, whenever that is, um, I'll get way more satisfaction from that journey of actually going through and like learning the stuff and like implementing it and making progress than like the money that I get from it at the end of the day. So yeah, this is where it's at. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be like understanding this technology at this level and having awesome people in the comments and the audience and everyone learning from each other and everyone having like the Discord community, having all my stuff for free for people to use right now, learning how they use it, how I can make it better. Yeah, this is like a whole new level of business that like I could have never done a year or 2 years ago. So yeah, guess that's it for today. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say. Coming through with new information on a new day, but until then, it's gonna be a win. So yeah, I just keep going and keep flowing. So for now, I'm out.